Mm-hmm. Oh, what's going on there? Oh. It shouldn't be a problem. Something's going wrong with my internet. How about this? Try that. Will that work? That's better. Okay. This. Let's post about the stream. Yay, Rust. Yeah, it runs in a browser, but it also runs in a normal program. I'll show you the template in a sec. So I've done all this renaming from the template. What's left? Just that. So we're gonna go. Let's do it by hand. This one is gonna say vote Germany up. And this is going to DMG macros, vote Germany up. Nice. The most popular, so I release it on a in like the web, like the built-in unit. The built-in itch.io like web. I don't know. When you go to the site, you can just play it in your browser, and you can also download it. And then I look at the stats when people play it, and almost everyone just plays it in the browser. So, like, targeting the web is probably wise. What's left? What's that? Extra, yes, DMG, reading, and then I have to go into the GitHub release. This is going to be 8, and so is this. Yeah, nice. Big fan of Rust. Okay. Oops. And then what's left is, there's two different types, aren't there? So, oh no, it's going to be called template. Okay. So, what should I do here? I think we're going to do this automatically. We're going to say oh, this is going to break some stuff, isn't it? Oh, awesome. And then if the renaming created a file or had any output that was that was vote underscore Johnny dash, I would replace it with vote dash and dash. Now, the files that we build have these underscores in them, but then when we make the release, we rename it to dash. Cool. Alright, I wonder how many things that messed up. I'm gonna open some windows because it's getting a bit hot. Yeah, I keep trying to leave, but I keep coming back to Dvorak. It's not faster, it's just, I don't know, it's familiar. And like your hands move less, it feels kind of nice, but yeah, I think it's a meme. Alright, we're gonna try this out. Can always give it a go. It's very frustrating the first month, but then it gets okay. What's this? How did this happen? Oh, I see what happened. Okay. Alright, let's do this. So, let's... is there any more references to template? Yes. Ah. Inconsistent. Great. Okay, so we have to also rename in the README. Code 20, and then libs dash template dash 23 replaced with both dash general. Okay. I'll talk about it later. Okay. That's fine. And in the GitHub workflows, any more references to templates? No, alright, then we're good. Now we're gonna push it to GitHub and exercise the release scripts so that I can stop worrying about continuous integration and just focus on game development. Might be bad for the stream. Now I've got to turn some knobs in the repo so that CI works. I need to set actions, general, read and write permissions. Oh right, awesome. And then, did that work? Here it is. Good. I don't know why it says the tests are passing. The tests have never run. That's very suspicious. Oh, wait, what? Oh, it's the dependencies, not the tests. Okay, sure, fine. That's okay. Great. We can... the tests should be running, but they're not. What's wrong? What's wrong? Actions. Oh, they are running. It just hasn't shown the little dot. Okay, great. Just running. We'll do a new dummy release of the template. So for the release scripts work, we're going to call this 2023.5.0. What's the right date? Yep. Okay. Oh, that already. Oh. Yeah, because I guess it came from the template release. Well, we'll just get it force it, I guess. That's weird. I guess like tags are not tied to remotes, they're just tied to the repo. I guess that's not that weird. Okay. Anyway. Now I have a tag. Let's push it. Cool. And in a second, we should see our release scripts are running. There we go. Cool. Alright, we'll just put that right in the background. Hopefully it doesn't require any more changes. Alright, let's get started with this game. I think the first thing I will do is just figure out an art style. Oh, what's this? Oh, that was an experiment Eddie was doing to test the storing program. Let's not do that. First of all, let's not run it in a terminal. Also, let's start with a new file. Okay. I got a notepad as well. So the premise of this game is that there's like a boat, you're driving on a boat, and there's like little islands, and you're in a river, and that you can turn the boat at less than 90-degree intervals. Most of the time when I make games, the graphics are really like rich, but I don't want to do that this year because it takes too long. I like the idea of there being like a solid background color. Oh, like this one? Fill this. And then kind of like Capes of Cod, but even less graphically detailed. So like say you had like a beach kind of area. Like say you have an island, right? Like if you just start by drawing it like this. Like a solid, oops, how do I use this tool? A solid island shape, right? And then we want to let the player land on it, on the boat, so we say, okay, like this bit here, this is, oh, it's a bit still too strong, like this. It's like, there's like a beach. Yeah, and then that's like, I mean, maybe we could just, to convey like a cliff, like a little island, it's got like cliffs all around, and then there's like a beach you can land on. Maybe we don't even need these like really close together dots. Like maybe it would make sense to just have like normal dots. Like you can walk here. This is the universal way of showing that you can walk here. And then if we just fill it with dots now, how does that compare to like using this texture instead? Like, I think that's a bit too loud. I wish there was like a sparser character. I guess there's this. If you inverted the colors. Ooh. I don't like that. It's too stripy. There's this versus this. Better or worse? I think this is more graphically minimal. And then, like, to convey water. So most games would do something like this, but I think, what's going on there? That's like really loud. I don't like it. I think what you want instead, right, is to have just like a few of these here and there. Just like remind you that there's water. That's pretty clear what's going on, right? And then maybe we have them like, you know, animate in and out, and like blink in and out, but maybe not. Maybe that's a stretch goal. And then like, it's you. Yeah, like, that's a good point. I don't know. I think because, so the way you'd move around in the water space, right, is you'd have like a boat. I'm gonna try to draw a boat. How do the boats look? Let me on the line tool. Oh wow, this is not how boats look, is it? I need to look up pictures of boats. And then it's like, yeah, I think that's what we'd do. We'd say blank tiles are always water. Some of the water tiles are just going to be a tilde instead, for aesthetics. I need to look at pictures of boats. Why does this not look like a boat? Is the back wrong? I think maybe it needs to be like a bit like, not just flat. It looks like a rocket. Like if it was at like an angle. What do the boats look like in that game where you're driving a boat? Fallen London? No, what's it called? How do I forget this name? The Fallen London game where you drive a boat under London. Oh, okay, here are some pictures of boats. So the shape is more like, it's more like, it's like pointing at the front. Like kind of round pointing at the front, and then it's like round the whole way around, and then it's like round at the back, but like, and then it comes to a point like this, and then it's like straight across. Maybe some shape more like this would be better. So it's a bit more clearly a boat. That's more obvious boat vibes. Sunless sea. Thank you. Yes, that's what I was trying to think. Brilliant. Yes, let's look at screenshots of Sunless sea. What do the boats look like in Sunless Sea? That's kind of part of the inspiration for this game, Sunless Sea. But I honestly didn't really enjoy Sunless Sea. But I did like the atmosphere, and I want to capture the atmosphere, but just make a game that has more gameplay. Yeah, this looks good. How does this screenshot look? Yeah, okay, so it's like pointing at the front and also it's pointing at the back. But it's like pointier at the front because you need to know which way is forwards. And then it might not even be, like if we change this to be, oh, come on. Oops. We're gonna place, what do we do? Make that, make this, we'll make this. Let me draw a line here. No, we just have it. The tool's not finished. We're gonna draw the side of the boat. So it's like, imagine, what was it, point at the front, and then like less pointy, and then it's like side, back, and then like it's still pointy, but it's like, and then an extra pointy at the front. It's like boat shape. Okay, I think there's something to that. We'll try again with what we've learned about boat shapes. So say, how would it look if you like landed your boat on this island? Like, how do you get off of a boat? Like, I guess on the side, right? So like, I guess that'd be kind of hard to make them position their boat so that the boat exit is lined up with where they want to go. Like, if you just sort of like crash your boat into the island, so it's like just kind of like this. It's not symmetrical. And then like that, and that, and that, and like a bit rounder at the back. Yeah, that'll do. Something like this. Just clear that. This raise tool does not work. That's not what I wanted to do, obviously. Oh no. Oh no, there's no space character in this palette. Okay, well I guess we're doing this. I don't understand why that happened. That's so confusing. Alright, I should be making notes of all the bugs I find in this drawing tool. Why is it just... Oh, I left it on a raise. Oh, okay. Fine. Not a bug. User error. Okay. There we go. So like, you know, you park your boat on the island, and then I guess we just make it so that if the boat is parked, like if the boat is touching a tile that you can like walk over, then the boat becomes like walkable. Like the edge becomes permeable and you can walk through it. Or something like that. But then you can just like walk into the ocean, right? I don't want that to happen. The alternative, I guess, is to get the player to like properly park their boat. Like you say, you can always walk like off the side or something, and then you park the boat to the side. Or maybe just make it so that you can always walk on the edge. Like maybe we'll use a different symbol because I think hash is pretty clear. Clearly not you can't walk through it. Oh hey, that's a great idea. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, if the boundary of the boat overlaps the land, it becomes, that part of the boundary becomes walkable. And we can just like change the color or something when rendering it to indicate to the player that that's what's happening or something like that. Yeah, great idea. I think I'll do that. Alright, cool. So, and then in terms of the aesthetic, like, I think this is probably good enough for a first pass. I wouldn't mind exploring things like having the cliff be more obviously a cliff in a kind of very cheap isometric kind of way. Like, you have one side of it be, that falls around, so it'll be like this, or like this. It might be a bit hard to see that without it changing color as well. I guess you probably would need to have like a different color like this or something like so. Obviously a cliff. I don't think I'll do that. I think I'll just stick with the more minimal style this time around. Okay, and then when the player is on the boat, I guess just like draw the player on the boat. Like, I don't know, have a part of the boat that's like the bit where you draw, the bit where you drive it from, and just draw the character in that spot. Oh, I have a different shade of green. I guess we'll set for now. I do need to be able to display other characters also on the boat as well, but I think we'll do that afterwards. I think the biggest question is like, how do I make boat driving in a roguelike feel good? If the boat can like turn and stuff and it moves whenever like time passes in a turn-based kind of way. One tiny thing that I would check before I do that. How does this green look, or this blue I mean, look compared to the one that I've been using thus far? I'm gonna just do this. It's too blue. I think this is better. It's more, I don't know, it's more stylized or something. Okay, let's go. So first of all, making a little demo where you can just drive around in a boat in an endless void. How did the build go? It's green, that's excellent. So right now, oh, I said that I would run the program and show it to you. It doesn't really do anything, but the template just gives you a long compile time. Oh, it doesn't build. Oh no. Am I missing dependencies? Oh yeah, I am. It's because I use NixOS. I need to wait. I do have this file though, so I should just be able to use fake into and alright, there we go. Now it'll work. Right. It's in the right place. Excellent. So the first thing I'm gonna have to do is wire up the display to the game so that I can render stuff when I press a key. There's going to be a component called game instance component or something. Yeah, cool. So the template just gives you a main menu. You can like use a mouse or you can use the keyboard to navigate the main menu. A help screen which just has the word help in it. You can quit the game or you can start a new game. There's no game, so nothing happens. But you can go to a pause menu and you can like save it, quit, that sort of thing. Clear it, get back to this. We can go to the pause menu and quit from here, and then when you resume the game, it takes you back into the game. Like it's loaded the game, even though it's like there's not really any state. It's still there's enough state for it to have saved something, and then we can go to the pause menu. And that's it. So boilerplate is kind of a pain in the ass to implement. I've implemented like every year. Well, I implemented once and had copy pasted every year. We'll start with that. When we go to render the game state, what does this mean? Does this mean that it's not gonna have navigation? Oh no, it's working. It's gonna just take a minute the first time. So how do we render the game state? It's gonna be simple component. Game is component, and they're going to call render, and they're going to call state.render. That's not good. That's supposed to happen. Let's just try that again. Instance, this is state.render. Okay, and then you've got the game instance, and you've got instance render. What does that do? hope this works. I don't know why it's taking a long time. Okay. Come on. Come on. Wait for it to... Is there a problem with... No, it's just taking a while. Yeah, anyway, it's this function. I don't know why the now didn't work, but... So if we draw something... and part of this object is the game itself, so we would just have to expose some methods to make it renderable, just to prove that this works. Oh, this is going to be a pain. I don't have navigation though. Like, this is a problem. We have Rust Analyzer, and Vim understands Rust Analyzer. And if I was in any other project, like if I go into like last year's, or like 2 years ago's game, and like jump into this, that might be broken. Okay, that just took a minute. So maybe I just had to compile it or something. Because now we can jump back to... How is it disconnected? What does it mean for it to be disconnected? Oh boy. Is it like building in the background? I mean, something is doing a lot of work. That could be it, yes. What is eating my CPU? So by CPU. Obviously, like in the other order though, right? Oh, I just scrolled a bottom. I don't know how to do this. I'd like did not work. Okay, it is. Oh, running the drawing tool. Oh, I guess it's not running in release mode. We can fix that. Doesn't really matter though. Save it. There it is. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna take a break. I'll be right back. Enjoy this lo-fi hip-hop just study / relax too. Okay. Let's go. I don't like this. I don't like that my editor has decided to not work on the day for 7DRL and I can't navigate the code. That is not ideal. I want to take a second to just work this out because this is going to be a disaster if it doesn't work the entire week. Here's an existing Rust project that I work on all the time. Alright, so just pick a file at random. Like, what is happening here? Why is this? Oh, okay, cool. So, like, can I navigate? Okay, so it's not a problem with this year's 7DRL. It's a problem with my Rust setup. Maybe it would make sense to use a different machine for this rather than debug this on the J. Let's if I just like, it's too small. Head over onto like this machine. So I should be able to navigate the source. Let's see if it works. It'll take a minute the first time because it has to build it. I mean, you could always do this. Might not be a good idea. Oh. Okay, that was probably just because it was building for the first time, right? Right? Like, surely it hasn't just broken overnight. This worked yesterday, what the hell? Oh boy. This is not going to go well. Is it? Is everything frozen? Is downloading all that stuff just caused my stream to go down? Think about it. We're back now. Okay. So this is tool randomizer. It's like, have it even started? Can I roll back to an older version of the flake? But it's like, this isn't even using flakes and it's still not working. Wait, no, this is using flakes. What am I saying? This isn't even using flakes, and it's working fine. Yeah, I think dumb definition. Okay, this is the backup plan. This is what I'll do. I'll just use a Mac over SSH. That's fine. I'll take a minute or two just to figure out if there's anything that I can do to avoid needing to do that because it's very inconvenient, I go to a less intense project like this one. Oh, it's streamline time. Okay, I guess downloading tons of stuff or building tons of stuff might have implications for the stream. That's unfortunate. So here's a tiny Rust project, and I look at the chord type that it uses, like, it works perfectly fine. And the chord type, I can jump this definition in another project and it works perfectly. So it's nothing wrong with my computer. How does this look? So we don't use flakes, we use just normal NixOS. Do I have any sort of big game devy projects that don't use flakes that I can just steal from? I think so. I think I can probably use the text paint project, right? That doesn't use flakes. And I bet its navigation works fine. Or not. What? Maybe it's just building? Why? Okay, what is special about this that would cause it to fail in this way? Oh, if I compare this with like the grid project that I was just looking at. Oh, it still adds Rust Analyzer. It does all the same stuff. Ah, there we go. Okay, so it took a little while, but it worked. And now it probably would work every time, like instantly, right? Great. Okay. That's not the case yet. The Rust NOS tool just like dies. Fine. Fine. This is fine. We're gonna remove this, and remove this, and then we're gonna copy the one from here and use next. Okay, so with that, I should be able to, it'll still take a minute the first time, but if I do this and wait a minute, meanwhile I can just check that everything still builds. That everything still builds. Okay, this is fine. Let's work that out. Now we'll compare this with the one from orbital decay, none of that stuff. Decay, flake. The problem is that all of the audio dependencies are not present, so we'll just go get them. Let's get all that. And all this. This, that should just work. What else do we need? Maybe I should just... Oh, this is going to be annoying, isn't it? It might not be. Let's just do this. Has to go wrong on the day. So all this Xorg stuff and this font stuff, I already have that. Okay, so that helps. What are we missing now? What? Are we on some like out-of-date version of Rust? If I update my Rust, it's gonna like break everything. What was the one? It's not that out of date, is it? I guess it's out of date enough. I really don't want to update my Rust. I think I might have to. And I bet it's going to cause this Flakes thing to break. Because that's probably the problem, is that I'm using the Rust that's too recent. I can always roll it back. That's the beauty of Flakes. So if I just go into free. Oh, this is gonna be a whole deal, isn't it? This might cause the stream to crash. That's a lot to download. I don't like that. Is it causing problems in the stream? It seems like it's going okay. Oh no, it isn't. Wait. Oh no, okay, this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. While I wait for this, I'm gonna get started on the boot stuff over here on my Mac. Yeah, okay. So we need to draw a boat at, we'll just do it in here first. We'll just do a simple, oh, this has killed the stream, hasn't it? Claims, OBS is claiming that it's going to 0 up, the bitrate is dropping to 0 every so often. Probably because I'm downloading so much stuff. It's a third of the way done. We'll just have to wait, I think. Because this library needs more up-to-date Rust builds. Just like... So, what do we need to do? We're gonna have to add some components to the ECS. For the boat. This is something that I don't normally do, where there's not really a one-to-one mapping between the entity and the tile on the screen. So now, there's, like, say we used a single entity for the boat, right? Oh. And there was like a boat component that indicated that entity was the boat, or something. Like, that's a bit of a hack, but it doesn't matter as much. The sorts of stuff we're gonna have to do with it is, like, whenever it moves, checking for collisions with like solid tiles. That's okay. That's like basically a special case. There's only one boat in the whole game. The stream went down again. It's so annoying. How close are we? Okay, we're basically done with that intense download. So assuming that my CPU can handle building this and also the stream, which it should be able to just fine, we are good. Now I just have to wait for this to build, and then hopefully everything will be fine. We can navigate the source and compile the project without having to resort to SSHing into my laptop. Alright, and then when the game gets an input that is like, go forwards or turn or whatever, so the boat needs to know its heading, which I think I'm just going to store as a vector because it's really convenient and it avoids having to do a bunch of annoying trig. And I'm pretty sure I even just like have a vector type that I used in the previous game in like util vector. Like, is this what I want? It's a it even has both representations and the switching between them. That's perfect. Okay. So if I wanted to, I could store angle in radians. Why radians is a... What is radians? It's a foot. Okay, cool. Yeah, so what if I just store... Let's just do this. I can... Okay, the other thing is that I can switch between... So I have a Cartesian vector, I can create a... I can round it up to an integer coordinate. And that's going to become really useful for rasterizing the boat, because you can only... the line rasterizer only supports integer coordinates. So yeah, I guess we'd I wonder, we can go even further than this, right? We can say I guess it depends on whether I want to be like building the boat or just drawing it every frame. I think building it's actually probably easier. Like, it's not going to slow down too much. How's this going? Is it done? It's done. Alright, what disaster is this going to cause me? So that should have updated the Rust version. Did that work? It didn't do it though, right? What expectations? Rust C. Wait, compare that with like a project using flakes. Wait, as if that difference is meaningful. It's a minor version. What? Why does... Feature not be used? Which project is using feature? Maybe I was wrong about how does this work? How does this work over here? Like, we're using only slightly more up-to-date Rust. This is magically fixed itself, right? No, it has not. And does this even solve my problem? Rustics. Wait. It's not this, is it? Oh. Well, okay. Maybe they patched... Maybe this bump here fixes this problem that I'm running into. Let's see. It's nothing to do with the Rust version. It's just a bug in a library. It only goes up on Linux. I've only been testing this on a Mac the last day, and I guess that's enough for this problem to manifest. That looks promising. I wonder if this is the problem. I wonder if this is what's been going on this whole time and messing up my navigation. So that's good. That's gonna work. If I restart this, it'll work too. Cool. Okay, builds, great. It's still timing out. I mean, maybe it just takes a long time. Maybe it's just timing out because it takes too long. Did updating the version of Rust in Home Manager cause navigation to stop working for all projects? If I go back to this one, oh, okay, we're fine. That's good. We're not fine here though. What does the internet say? These are all... These are all quite old. Couple more minutes and then I'll give up and just use a Mac. And it's just like dies off that, right? And you can't restart it with the restart the editor. But this isn't gonna work. So what's the difference between this and this? Other than all the extra dependencies. It's just like the project size, I guess. It might not like really big projects. Like, I don't think the problem has anything to do with flakes. I don't understand why this only just started to happen like today. So if I go on a smaller project like the text drawing tool, this tool, right? It uses, oh yeah, this is where I got that config from, right? And like it's fine. It works. And then this is the same config but a bigger project and it doesn't work. Do I have to? What if I was like, oh. Wait, is that relevant? Why did that happen? I don't think it was relevant. I think I might have more luck if I was to like navigate directly into the crate. Maybe? That didn't help. Okay. Okay, I guess for today, I'm not wasting more time on this. I'm gonna go to this machine and use it. And we can't run stuff in a window, but we can run it in a browser, and that is probably actually a better way of testing this anyway, since that's how most people would consume the game. So to that end, our dev loop is going to look like this. We're going to put this here, and we'll have cargo check running all the time. Cargo watch running all the time, and we will what do we do? Head over here, and then when I want to test something, what is it? This is the command I would run. Oh, I guess this machine has a different version of oh crap! That's annoying, isn't it? This is a disaster. I could run it in a terminal. That's the other option. I think that's what I'm going to do today, and then hopefully figure out what's going on with Rust Analyzer. Okay, but yeah, today we're gonna just do this. Oh, that's fine. That's because it's the font is not square, so it's gonna be tall. Okay. Okay. So, new component. I think actually there's like a boat component and it has a heading. There's one kind of boat and it's all just implied by this type. Its direction is a vector. Are we depending on the vector type? Yeah, so it's going to be called vector radians, I suppose. Awesome, and the boat component goes. That doesn't work. Because you have to, you have to derive some stuff, like all that stuff. Not all that stuff. You don't need any of this. Yeah. Okay, so initializing the world. Right now I have this hack that just finds the player, the origin, but immediately we're going to want to make that more complex. What is the API that I have arrived at for terrain generation in the past? I don't want to reinvent this. Okay. Play data, and then sure. Let's just do that. Oh, we expose components. Do we? We should. Wait, what? Hang on. Oh, I see. Sure. Just do this. Oh, I mean, just do this. And how do we usually make this? Oh, I guess we don't need this to be there. We don't done anymore. So player identity and a world. Sure. So let's just make a world. And I guess, I mean, if I get the player for a second, we just need to figure out this boat situation. Unless, like, yeah, I guess we have to add the player to the world anyway, right? So we're gonna do that. We need to add. What is spatial components? So here? Okay, cool. Add the player. Now, vote. So. Okay, make the boot. Have the boot component. I'm gonna need this to be public. Or you just know this is gonna result in like floating point errors and weird behavior. That's okay. That can happen. I don't really mind. This function is going to return the player. We have a player and we have a world. That's what we need. Cool. So that's return result. You know what? I think maybe this should be a method of train. Now with this. Put. We're trying to do these. Just make this mesh. So we need to render the boot. Yeah, what the hell are we doing that? Let's give this a method. I suppose this is gonna return I guess you give it a function and it calls it on all the pixels or something, on all the coordinates that make up the boat or something like that, right? Yeah, let's just do it that way. I think that makes the most sense. So it takes a function, it's found root f is an f. That's not right. This is going to be given a coordinate. But now I'll just call it on, like, cool. And we're gonna have to answer the question of how does the game interface with like rendering. Maybe we just give it a method that takes a function that gets called on all the tiles or something, or on all the coordinates that are tiles. I don't know, I don't usually do it this way, but it might actually be easier than trying to work with an iterator. Also, these two functions here I think should be public. Does that break anything? No, good. Okay. So we don't want to let arbitrary mutation of the game state happen from outside. Close random. It's not a good name. Takes function. That gets called on. I suppose coordinates and tiles, right? Under this tile, at this coordinate. Is this going to screw everything up once I get into the visibility system? I don't think so. I think that might actually make it better. Like, typically visibility code like you end up with something like this. Here has context. So this function doesn't return anything, right? It just updates this thing, and then in here there's normally this function which is a visibility grid, and you cross-reference that with what you want to render while you're rendering. Alright. Don't think that precludes us from doing this. The only other thing I want to check about how this has looked in the past is in here. You've got render, gain, visibility, this kind of thing. So what's a visibility cell? Okay, cool. So this is saying like which parts of the world are like visible, are they lit, how lit are they, that sort of thing. And but then what do they do about Oh, and then we're passing around this game. Which we then query, what's it, that coordinate, is that right? What a mess. So the render tile is a function. And right at the end of this, the visibility tool knows what's there. Oh, okay, I suppose it's like if you can't see a tile, you need to know what was there when you saw it last. Ah, I see. Okay. Yeah, sure, let's do that. I think that makes sense. We'll sort that out later, I think. I'll do like a refactor of rendering once I figure out this boat situation. For now though, we're just gonna do this. And I think all I want to do is render the boat. We need more kinds of tile. So that boat edge. This is going to have to take a tile as well. We also have to give the boat a position. What if we said something instead of this, we said there's like a macro for this, isn't there? Or something. Done this before. Take a look at an old game. or like the tutorial that I was working on last year that I haven't finished. There should be a this, like the player. Does the player get passed in? What does this do? Spawn player. This might not actually be as useful as I was hoping. Where does that look? Probably in game. Spawn player, spawn entity, you give it data, and then yeah, this is the macro. Okay, great. This is what I wanted. Do you have to, like, for the fields that aren't present, like I presume there are more fields than this. Like here we have tile solid opacity, and we're not passing them all to the player. I wonder how that works. How does that work? How do I do this? Oh, right. Oh, neat. Okay, cool. Go neat in the past. Entity data. How do we get that into scope? It's in an empty table. Too easy. Okay. Well, let's do it. So, web is called to and add entity table entity data. And then here we can say that the boat data is entry data of boat. Alright. And then just insert it into the world. Add a location. I'll just put it in the same location as this. Cool. Ah, why not? Did I forget? Ah. Wait, that'll work. What's going on? Oh, I'm happy about something. What's this problem? It's... yeah, that's fine. Here, in render. That shouldn't be an error. Not this. It's this. You need to call it on something. Let's call it on tile boat edge. Cool. And then here, we can put coordinates. Do we even do that? I don't think we even do that. For now, we just call... We just do this. This won't work in the long run, but it will work for now. Oh, we can't debug print. That's a serious drawback of this approach. We kind of can. Hang on. We'll run it and it'll kind of work. Why did that crash? Oh, okay, yeah, this is fine. I need to fix this. Hit it. Why is it broken today? So the problem with this was that we were putting it on a character layout, put it on a different layer. We might need to create a whole new layer for the boat. I don't know. I guess it's basically floor. Like, it probably just belongs in the floor layer. But it's like floor that can move around. I think it doesn't even need a layer. I think this is one of those times when you say that there's like no layer. I think the goal for today is really just going to be getting this boat working, because it's a bit complicated in terms of the assumptions I would normally make. You can't like you can't just like store it in the world because it moves around, but then the player has to be able to move around inside it. That should fix the problem. The command I'm going to run over and over again is that, or cat temp robot text. Good. So printing kind of works. Doesn't work well, but it kind of works. How's this going? Does this ever work? No. I hate this. How do I debugging of this, because this is gonna speed things up in the long run if I can fix this problem early. So what's it doing? Behind the scenes, right, they would be running cargo check. Cargo check would work. Works fine. Surprisingly little is written about this error. So if I go into like a simple project like util, it doesn't even work. Yeah. Oh, it does work here. Okay, that's good. So something's working. Oh, that's unsurprising. What about this? Okay, so that's cool. We can do completion for little projects inside of this giant project. If I edited it from out here, would the same thing still work? It doesn't look promising. Oh, maybe we're onto something here. Okay, so that's good. And then, what about games? Game doesn't have any dependencies. that's taken a long time. I don't understand why, because the game is not even that big. Unlike smaller projects with a similar structure. That's too small. How did I structure this? A bit simpler. Hey, that worked. It took a while, but it worked. And now we can navigate over game. We can do yeah, do tap application. That's great. And like the Holy Grail, we'll be having that work here as well. Hey, it works. What? Okay, I don't know what I did. I don't know how to reproduce it, but I think we may be okay. Source instance. So I can type like c2x code. What changed? It was fine, and then now it's not fine. Does it just take a while to get started? And I jump to the definition of this. Like, this is the same project. This is the same crate, even. I was just here. And it worked. Look at that. What's the difference? While I wait for that, that's, what should we do? So it's going to be at 50, 50. I think probably I would rather it be smaller number, like 20. That's for now. We might as well, in rendering the boat, have it pass in the starting coordinate. Because, like, it doesn't know where it is, but it knows everything it needs to know to render it, I think. That might not even be true. The more that I think about it, it might make sense for this function to not even be in here, because we don't know everything we need to know about how to render the boat. Instead, that's fine. Instead, just do it here for now. So we know the boat's entity. We can find its coordinates. How's this going? Huh. So what changed? What's happening? Why does it take ages the first time? I just hope it never closed my editor. So that worked. And now it's like working really fast. And I can open up another project like this one in the same session, and I can navigate to its definition. Eventually. And in the meantime, we're gonna do some work on this.
So I'm gonna just try calling this function on the boot chord and like boot here. And then in instance, that work still going. Oh, what? It worked before? What changed? Okay, cool. It might just be a matter of like increasing the timeout. Like this is the first time that takes a long time, and after that it's much faster. Because I reckon now if I go into like here, it works fine. Brilliant. All right, I'm gonna switch to this machine first. We're going to draw a single light pixel. What are we doing here? We need to Is that okay? Can you private press? No, you can't. You have to say world is private, but then values world being tile. If you want tile to be exposed outside of the library. And here we can say oh. Wait, did I change something? Oh, I did. Yeah. I'm sure I did. So this takes a tile. And it returns a render cell. And I guess the next. Context, coordinate, coordinate first. So should you like a dot somewhere? Yeah, the dot. Cool. Great. What? Oh.
And then here, oh, wait, does slash not do what I think it does? Oh. Slash? Oh. Don't know what I did the first time. Okay. Oh. Wait, what? Huh. Alright, that was weird. Hopefully it didn't mess anything up too badly. Just take that string changes. Oh, this is changed as well, obviously. We're doing that. Oh. Is the editor still working? Yes. Alright, sweet. Still jump to new things. Yeah, great. Alright, everything's fine. Just don't close the editor. Sure. And does it run? Alright. Good. So the next step is... Oh no, I closed the editor! Oh no, what a disaster. I need to... This is a bad habit I have. This is going to cause a lot of problems for this gem. Alright, are we screwed? Is it not working anymore? Like, that's a good sign, right? That's a sign that some amount of Rust Analyzer is working. So what we're going to do next. We know where the boat is, and we know which way it's facing. So this is the part where we have to draw a bunch of lines. So just to find the source. In the meantime, look up how to configure it to not time out. How do you configure Rust Analyzer? Manual? Damn it.
Okay, here's how we configure Rust Analyzer. Okay, what file do I put this in? Oh, so there's no config file, it's part of the LSP protocol. Is there really no config file? Ah, okay, you can just... You can just make a Rust project.json file, and Rust Analyzer will find it. Ah, cool, and here's an example. Brilliant. Maybe this will solve all my problems. Rust project.json. Okay, I can't help but notice that this example doesn't actually have a Rust project.json file. It's a bit strange. Well, what's the point of this project? What's the point of this example? There's no example in here. Oh. This is Rust Hello World. What's going on? That's not right. Something has messed up here. Has it been removed? Was there a commit that added it and then removed it? Like, settings touches. What? Doesn't do what it claims to do. Okay, it's fine. This is fine. What's an example of something I can put into this file? And I guess it's gonna have like that. And then I don't know if I open up near them, does it find? How do I tell if it's paying attention? There's a message. Oh, there's a deserialized JSON file. Okay, good. That's what I want to see. It needs a crates field. What is this supposed to be? Where's any example of this file? Okay, here's an example. So in Fuchsia they have a Rust config. Edit these things, okay. That looks like more of an editor config than a... Yeah, that's just Visual Studio Code. Maybe VS Code... Maybe this is a VS Code thing. I mean, that happens to also work for Rust Analyzer because it's like the standard VS Code Rust project.json. Ooh. It blows my mind that this doesn't actually have the example of the thing it claims to have the example of. Am I just missing something about this project? Is there an issue that's like this doesn't actually do the thing you claimed to do? Okay, what if I just like search GitHub for a file named project.json? Or for some. Files? Is there a files field? Root in JSON? Wait, you can't touch my file name? Commits? Commit message might mention it? Like this? Maybe this? Maybe this? Is what I want? files. 12. What? Do that? What? It's so close. Oh, okay, found it. This is it. I found an example. Okay, so it's syntax looks like this. Yeah, a field called crates, and it lists all your crates. So if I make that empty, probably it won't be able to find any of my crates. Will it complain that there's no crates? Can I still navigate the source? If I open a file that's not listed in the list of crates, like this one, this one, good. Okay, progress. How explicit do I need to be about this? Because I already have this listed in a different place. Do I need to say root node? Wait. Surely how smart is it? Can I just say there's a crate add like util / vector? No. Okay. As if you can't just like figure this out from... Alright, well... maybe there are more examples of this. This is what I want. Oh, there's a lot of stuff in Linux about this. I don't really want to read that. Okay, this is interesting. So leave Rust project JSON when running make clean. So it's like being generated automatically? How is it being generated automatically? What does your makefile say about Rust project.json? Oh, is this just the Linux source code again? It is. If I search it for Rust project.json, not a lot mentioning it. Generate Rust analyzer.py. So like, a more general tool for doing that. You want to like still kind of internet working as part of the project. Does Rust analyzer like have a way of doing this? That will help me. Oh, here we go. What is this? Ah. Print maybe this? Ooh. Is there also crates? Right, okay, like... Oh damn, this isn't what I want. So close.
Maybe the language client can be configured rather than the language server? Let's see, what docs do they have about this language client? Configuration. Can we just Ooh. That is what I want. So how do I set that to something? Ah, cool. Like this, I suppose. What's it? Duration of time is seconds. So wait, language server return output for time. Yeah. It is definitely not. Ah, damn, this is what I want. It's more than 10 seconds, right? There are other kinds of timeouts. Well, I guess I'll just live without this, because I don't think I can figure this out today. Maybe out of like sheer superstition, I'm still going to set this to some huge number. I don't expect it to do anything. Let's see if that did. Maybe that did something. We're running in the background. Oh, hang on. I almost closed my editor again. Definitely don't do that. But yeah, like this works now. So where are we at? We're gonna modify this. Wait, it's private? I think probably it shouldn't be. Alright, so we've got this radians, this heading, and all we need to do is create a list of lines of like line segments for drawing the boat, sort of relative to that heading, right? So, and if we assume, like let's just draw one for now, for starters, to get a feel for how this is going to look.
is a vector, and then I guess you want to get like the start and end points. Oh look, we even have this. Okay, this is good. This will make it very easy to like turn it around. So trying to Cartesian. We want to rasterize it, like turn it into a Cartesian, into a integer Cartesian point at the last possible moment. But I think we would turn it into a Cartesian point, you know, like floating points immediately, and probably should like add some code for like doing arithmetic on vectors. Cool, I'll do that in a sec. Let me take a brief break. So top, and a 0, maybe 10. And we're gonna go around clockwise, so this really frustrates me that it doesn't autocomplete. Like, that's right, okay, so I can say forward. Like, it works out here, but it doesn't work inside of this macro, I guess, right? Isn't that weird? Okay, well, whatever. There's not enough time to fix this today. I should probably just draw this A. Look at that color. So I want, like, say that the origin. So the origin is there. And I want, like, a point here. And we're gonna like put our degrees for a bit. And then, like, maybe like a shallower angle like this for a bit. And then like a steeper angle. And then straight across. That sort of shape. So this is 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8. So it'll be 0, 8 up to this point, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 5. And then that goes on to there. Just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. So it's like 5, -3. And then that goes on down to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and it's across by 2, by 2-ish. So 2 minus 8. And then the other side, -2 minus 8. -5 minus 3. And -35.
convert them to radials, and then I guess just rotate them, right? Like here, by the boat heading. Sure, and then like, I guess just put them to the back then. Right, yeah, that's what I was doing, right? Like that, exactly that. And then hang on a sec. So this is not correct. This is going to draw all the corners. Let's just see if I have that right first. Oh, that didn't work. The auto completion tweak I made did not work. That's okay. I don't need it. Yeah, so I think the thing is that this project takes a long time to build. That's the specific problem that's causing the rest analyzer to fail. It's long to build and I can't configure it to have a longer timeout, so it just times out. So there it is. We should have, oh, they're all on the same point. Oh, yeah, of course they are. What am I saying? Boat chord. It should be boat edge chord. There we go, it's good, that's not great. Oh, it's going about the origin. We need to go about a different point. So once you do all this rotation and stuff, then you have to add boat chord. Which is like 20, so it should show up in the middle of the screen-ish. This takes a long time to build. Okay. Cool. It's upside down, but that's what I expected. Right, of course it's upside down, what am I saying? Let's just flip that around by and fill in the gaps. So to make the gaps fill in, taking every consecutive pair, we're gonna miss one though, aren't we? Somebody split it anymore. Windows? Chunks? Chunks. Windows. You sliding window. Welcome to reading this. Yeah. Let's show them size. Windows overlap, then size is show them size. Oh, sorry. The windows overlap. That's what I meant to say. Yes, that's what I want. So windows of 2. And you get out slices. Great. I guess I'm just gonna like do this. I'm just gonna allocate like crazy
because computers are fast. So unrated Windows 2. And then start's going to be Windows 0. Oh, like the line segment. We need to import a library called line2d. There's a handy function called chords between. Do we want cardinal? I think we do. I think we want cardinal. So chords between, and you give it, what's this? A function? No, it is a function. Takes start and end, and iterates over the chords between. Don't know if it's like, I don't know what it does at the end. I don't know if it like overlaps. It probably won't matter in this case. What does it do? It returns an iterator. Yeah. Okay, so Windows 0 and Windows 1. I guess we're gonna say that. I guess. Return to a boot. This is long to compile. I don't like how long it takes. Hey, oh, it looks like a child draw. Why is it all skewed to the side? Oh, I know why. It's because the rasterizer is biased. And we're drawing some in this direction and some in this direction, and it never really mattered before, but it matters now. I didn't even think about this. I guess, maybe we just leave it and it's just like a fun quirk of the game. Maybe not. What if we just randomize the, that's a terrible idea. We're gonna do, what even is the right way to do this? I guess we could say like, we could just go and like hard code all of the edges. Or we could say, that like if the top is above the bottom, then you draw it one way, otherwise you draw it the other way. I don't like that. But that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna wait. What plugin is? What is heading notes? Is it a slice? Okay, we can't swap stuff around, but we can say like say this, and is window 1 is start x is and y is greater than. It's not good. And if they're the same, you do it by x, like. You always draw it top to bottom, left to right. I guess. Didn't expect this to be a problem. I think like, no, this is getting too complicated. We're gonna do this instead. We're gonna do every path. So once you've done this, such a mess. So now we're gonna do this. You're gonna say 0 to 1,
Right, 0 to 1. 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4. And then it's like 0 to 0, 1, 2, gosh. 0, 1, 2, should number these, this is actually kind of important. Okay, 0 to 7, 7 to 6, 6 to 5, 5 to 4. Cool. And now we have to tweak with the coordinates to make it look better. For this sort of thing, probably want to use this instead. It's faster to run, faster to build. I mean, what's going on now? So we want to tweak some of the corners. I think are in not very good places. It looks good when it's all stretched out like that. I guess that means I should just make everything more vertical. In particular, there's these two that are pretty close together. So this 0, 1. It's not that they're close together, it's that when it gets rasterized, there's a little bump here. One way of solving that would be to move it in, I think. Like 0, 1, 2. So these ones, 5, 3. Because then the next one. Oh, wait, what the hell? Wait. 5, 3, 5, 3. Why are those the same? That's not right. 0, 8. 0 minus 8. 3 minus 5. Huh. What? Yeah, so 0 minus 5 is this corner here. And then 5, 3 is like out here. There's this additional 5, 3 that's not supposed to be there. Because then it goes. So now I have to change all of these to 3, 4, 5, 6. That makes more sense. It's an odd number because the bottom is like one piece. So then it's like 0, so 1, 1 goes to 2, 2 goes to 3. Hang on, 4, 5, 6. 0 goes 1, 1 goes to 2, 2 goes to 3. 3 goes to 4. 0 goes to 6. 6 goes to 5. And 5 goes to 4. Make sure I haven't broken anything just then. Cool. Okay, but then now we have this boat width. We could say like boat width 0 to currently it's what, 5? Oh no, it's 3. Wait, 2. Alright, so it's 3, we say boat width, and here as well
This one. This one? There's like 2 boat widths, right? I wonder if this should also be boat width 1. This is not a good way of testing. Neither of these, it takes too long to build. That looks more like a rocket than a boat. I think we have to move out one of these boat widths is too small, like that one is bigger. Yeah, I don't know. I think it was better the first time. But this was fine. Maybe it's this. Wait, so... So which length is this? Starts at minus 8, goes down by 5, to minus 5. Then it goes all the way up to 3, and then it goes to 8. Maybe this shouldn't be 8. Oh, thank you for the bit, Tekken. That's great. That's the first bit I've ever received. I'm not even sure what I can do with a bit. Are bits money? Can I spend them? This was narrower and further back. Ooh. Thanks for the sub. I think that's my first sub. That's very exciting. Half coffee. That was pretty good. Maybe I'll just go with that for now. Excellent. I need all the coffee I can get this week. I think that's probably fine for our boat. Especially because it doesn't really matter how good it looks when it's facing upwards, because it's not going to spend a lot of time facing upwards. Let's see how it looks as it rotates. Let's make it so that we can press a key
to rotate it, but first let's just make it so that the rotation logic works at all. I think it already works. I think we just have to we can test this out. Right? We can say vote is vote equals radian. Oh crap. Yeah. Okay, we can just say whatever. Vector radian. And we say oh, I should have just changed this. If the boat heading, instead of it being just taken from there, we just said it was radians. I don't know, 1. That should rotate it to some interesting angle and see how messed up it looks. Oh, I don't like that. Gee, that's not good. I wonder why it's so messed up. I can kind of understand why. I wonder if making it use not cardinals would be okay. Between, is it just called cardinal? Is it called chord between? No. But, oh, yes, but I have to include it. Chords between, chords between, still doesn't look great. Maybe there's a whole approach of rasterizing things to such a tiny display is flawed somewhat. Nevertheless, let's keep it how it was before. Actually, yeah, let's do that. Let's, instead of just hard coding this, let's take it from heading and make it so that when you press an arrow key, it rotates the boat. I think that's already basically wired up. All I need to do is turn this on. Input walk. We're just going to call it walk. We have to include. Oh, we already have that. Great. If you're walking to the. This is going to get really confusing. If you're walking to the east, then you're going to rotate the boat to the right. I guess we need some functions for turning the boat around. I'm just going to do those here. Rotate. Turn boat. Rotate boat. Can I just define a type in here? Probably not. Do it out here. You can rotate to the left, you can rotate to the left. So this function takes a rotate direction and turns the boat. If you walk to the east, we're gonna rotate the boat to the right, and to the west, rotate the boat to the left, otherwise you're gonna do nothing. Otherwise you're gonna do nothing, yeah, cool. How do you rotate the boat? Well, you basically just do this. Except, we're just gonna assume that there's only ever one boat. It's gonna get weird if there's only one boat. We can itero mute
and then we can say boat dot heading dot viewer. Well, again, I guess figure this out. It's gonna be floating point arrays. It's gonna be great, and then that's just gonna be a part of life. The boat's just gonna have weird quirks. Kind of maybe that aesthetic would actually be something we want. So to the left, I was gonna say like start is like, I don't know. Pi, wait, pi not even here? Oh, const pi, frac pi, ooh, I just pick one of these built-in frac pi 8. So an eighth of pi is like a 16th of the circle, right? So probably 16, having 16 different directions is okay. So this is going to be, if you're grading to the left, oh, there's too many, we'll just guess, we'll just say step ratings. And if it's right, it's negative step ratings, and we'll see if that works. And then boat heading 0 is plus equals delta radians, right? Oh, didn't like this. What was fun? Right, okay, sure. Left and right. Oh, what's wrong with this? Doesn't care about boat entity, boat entity. So we can probably press the arrow keys and it will rotate. Oh, it doesn't do it in the right direction though. Oh, I guessed incorrectly. Okay, now. It looks terrible. Why does it look so terrible when it's like rotated a little bit? Like, this is awful. Whee. So these ones are fine. The 45 degrees are fine. But the 16ths, I mean yeah, the 16th steps might be a bit too close. I mean, okay. I will try to get this working because I just like the idea of it being really fine-grained. But if it becomes too difficult, I think I'll just go with 45 degree angles because these ones look nice. So I guess it's going to be a boat length 3, which is this 5 here. And a boat length 4, which is this 8 here. That should definitely say 5, definitely say 8. Let's say boat length 4. Okay. So now we can play with these numbers a little bit to get something which looks better. How does this look in terminal, by the way? When it's not a square font, does it just look atrocious? Whee! It hurts to look at. Why is that so strange? Okay, and how does that compare to, like, if I used cardinal coordinates instead, cardinal steps instead of ordinal steps? Oh, that looks better. Definitely prefer this style. It still looks a bit crazy when it's rotated like this. What about in this style? Yeah, this is better. I'm gonna go with this one instead. It's like, I don't know, it's like, it's more visible. I just need to find a way for it to look good at these weird offsets. Because it looks very organic. It's not my intention. But the looking thing up to improve it is to make it larger. I don't want it to be too big. Take the whole screen. Like the back is already... One thing that I might be able to do, like I don't really understand what's going on here, but if I split the back into two parts, it would change the way it draws in a way that might be good. So that would be, the back is like, what, here? It's really hard to see now that I've like added this indirection. I can't really tell what's going on. Boat with one, boat with two. So it's one. Yeah, so it's this. This is the back. So we add a step in here where it's just 0. So it's 4, 5, 6, 7. And then here, 3 to 4. Oh, that 5 should be a 4. And then 3 to 4, I have to add one additional 4 to 3, no. Oh, wait, yeah. 3 to 4 is fine. 5 to 4 is fine. This should say 0 to 7. And we need a 7 to 6. Does that make any difference at all? It's very subtle, but it is slightly different. But this weird angle here is a bit of a problem. So we could address that maybe by making it like a bit pointier or something. Like this distance here, I call this width 1, I think, and it's 3. But what if it was 4? How would that change things? Now it just looks like a rectangle. What if like... Can't you tell it's a boat? What if I stretch this out a bit? Now it looks like a rocket again. But it does look a bit more boat-like when it's at this rotation. This is an improvement. Hopefully from the context it's clear that it's not a rocket. Maybe the back can be like narrow? How narrow is it currently? Boat length, boat width 1. 4. What if it was 3? It's just so pointy. But that's better. I think that's better. Is like the pointiness important? Like if I made it less pointy, would it be bad? I would do that by changing this width 1. Would I change it? No. It's this number that controls that. This number, if this was higher, it would be less pointy. But still kind of like a boat shape. More so than before, perhaps. Okay, how weird is it to get rid of this, eighth of pi rotation and just make it a quarter of pi? There's 8 different directions you can go. That's kind of nice. They all have names. Well, they all have. Oh, hang on. We have to restart them. New game. That might be okay. Isn't really how boats work. But that's fine. I think this is better. I think it'll bending over backwards to make the finer grained directions work might not be a good idea. Then I wonder how like simulation you want to be with this boat driving. That's the next thing I need to test. I think we'll just say this is done and move on, because this is a game jam and I don't want to spend much time on this. So we're going to call this rendering the boat. So to test out movement, we need some reference point because the boat is going to be center screen. So I guess now's probably a good time to get the water working. So for that, we're gonna have, I guess we need a new kind of tile. Oh, we need boat floor. This is, okay, we're not quite there yet. We need boat floor. Boat floor is tricky because it relies on filling in the space of the boat, right? Our options are flood fill or to like use a scanline algorithm, and I'm gonna flood fill because it's easier. Let's do a flood fill. So there are guarantees about there are guarantees about where to start the flood fill. I guess you just start in the middle. It seems like the best way to do it. Okay, so here's our flood fill. Add, what do we need? What data structures do we need from the standard library for this? We need a vector queue, vector queue, and we need a hash set. Let's do it. So we need to keep track of what we've seen with the hash set. Thus far we've just been doing this relative to the origin, and I think we'll just stick with that. And then we'll add the boat's position like here. I think is what we're going to do. We haven't even looked at this position yet. Oh, we have. Yeah, so what I was doing there, don't do that. Instead, just that. Oh. Oh, you don't push. Alright. If we haven't seen it before, then add it to the scene set, and add it to the scenes. Right. Obviously, we have to also check to see whether we're in a wall. And do that, we have to go. So the right way to do that, I guess. Root edges. It's like the vertex is rotated. So we can't do that anymore. We know we're going to need it beyond this point. Into the correct. Into a hash search. And then in here, you compute the neighbor code, you insert it. But you only do that if root edges does not contain neighborhood. Probably needs to be a reference. Okay. Oh, is that good? What's the matter with this? Oh. Yep. Cool. Oh. Yep. Also this. Node code. Alright. Does that work? Does that work? I guess we'll see. So then at this point you say, I guess you just, either you do nothing, and then down here you say like, this is in the scene. I guess that would do. Right, similarly here we could do, this has been called implicit divided folder. F code plus root code, wait, load. Is it gonna work first time? Is it gonna boot forever? Is it gonna crash? Alright, what have I done wrong? Separate edges. Oh, I see what I've gotten wrong. Yes. We're gonna say that. We're gonna say that it's not that, it's gonna be mute. I mean, hash set mute, and then mutable, we do this. Which is gonna visit all the boat edges, and then here we say boat edge dot insert. Hopefully that was the problem. I mean, that was the only problem.
Yeah. Nice. Okay, that's cool. Next is the water situation. So a new kind of tile, the water tile, is going to cause a compile error in this file because we have to render water. There's two types of water. It's like the water that you can see, and then there's the water that's implied because we don't want to make the screen too full of tilde characters. I guess we just say there's two water tiles. So I guess we just say water 1 and water 2. And like water 1 is like tilde, water 2 is like a space. And then we have to do our terrain generation, and that's going to involve filling the whole world up with water and then adding a boat. Is the boat considered to be floor? No, it's not. Okay, cool. Because water is going to be considered to be floor. Probably shouldn't be, actually. Maybe water isn't floor. Like, at no point do you ever walk on the water. Yeah, water is not floor. Water is just its own thing. How do we do this? I think we can make a spawn function for water. Why do we have a spawn function for boat? Oh, because you guys want to construct it outside of, yeah, whatever. You don't need a spawn function for boat. But for water, spawn water. Seriously? Wait, is this not a thing? Oh, it's not a thing. Let's do that first. I wonder if this is even necessary. Like, water has kind of the same behavior as, like, the stars in orbital decay, in that they're fixed, but there's nothing mechanical about them, right? I guess like I kind of wanted to be able to. I guess it kind of is, right? Like the boat can only go on the water, but whatever. It doesn't have to do it this way. We'll change it later if we want to. So here, rendering. So we're going to like in the boat, exactly the same thing, but it's that. And then the old visit everything with a tile and a coordinate, and like just render it. I guess you also need to have a layer. Yeah, it's on a coordinate, it's a location, right? Because it's got a layer and you need to be able to like... Oh crap, this is why it might actually make sense to talk about things like floors, because you need to do draw order. Okay, well, fortunately, world station. If these things stop making sense, or our use case, we can just change them. I think we do kind of want all these things, but we want some additional things, right? We want, like, if the water is, well, we definitely want, like, boat layer. And then when you spawn the boat, or maybe when you just draw the boat, you need to talk about locations. No, it should over here. What's wrong with that? Oh. Okay.
how do I usually do this? I don't want to reinvent anything. Well, oh, visibility cells. Kind of, okay. Well, we'll just do this like quick and dirty way then, I guess. We're going to just iterate over all of the as well, components, tiles, I guess. Oh wait, not chord. And then like, if it has a location, then call it easy. F should be mute. F is mute. G. Let's have this. Yeah, I'm just a little suspicious about this. F. What are we borrowing? Oh, hang on. We're not borrowing this. Oh, and also this. Value F. Which? Why is it being moved? Why is it being moved? Is this cursor being moved? I'm going to call it by reference. Oh, it's moving to this. Oh yeah, I guess it could be closing over stuff. Cool. Okay. What does this do? Select a screen full of tildes. Like full of tildes. Like there's no boat, it's just all tildes. Yeah. That's cool. So yeah, when we render now, we need layer to depth, I guess. So there's going to be a layer and what are the layers? Oops. No. The deepest. Vectors, probably actually deeper than boot. Other things like the features. Actually, probably it's more like that. And then floor items probably also belong to be pretty high up, even maybe above the features. So there's 3, 2, and then finally the floor. This one. That should be lowercase l. What about if they have no layer? There we go. Cool, except there's no water anymore. What happened to the water? Where's the water? Where did the water go? What? Is it... Did I not put it on the floor? No, I didn't put it on the floor. Ah. So now it's going to be all water again. So I change it to that. Ah, not good. I thought it was going to be all water and it wasn't water. What's the problem with this? Back to that. All right. See, water one, layer floor. Yeah, none. Oh, I know what's wrong. I think I had to... I think I solved this problem once before. So, new game, force a new game, dash, dash, new game. So every time I run it now, it's a new game. We don't that anymore, and we don't do that anymore. And now, and now it's gonna be a boat with like some water around it. Yeah, cool. And then it's like, that's too much water. It's a bit hard to focus when there's so much on the screen. So we change the terrain generation. So that it only puts the visible water like a tiny fraction of the time. So like, water visible That's 0.05, maybe even less than that. We'll start with 0.05. And then like, if you roll under the water visibility chance, you get to, oh, what? Oh, hang on, B and F64. As if. Wow. What? Huh? Hmm? Is that the res index? Oh wait, how do they do this? Is it like that? Okay. Otherwise, it's the invisible kind of water. Work to build. Ooh. I think that's still like too much. Oh, like a fifth of that? I like this. I think that's alright. That's pretty good. And just to complete this aesthetic that I'm going for, when it renders, I want a background color. I guess just here, after resolving everything. Oh yeah, under here. So it's not plain text. With background. And then, what's the color? It's like, I've got an example of it in here. Which one? Which one is it? It's gonna be... this color. So if we find the white, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. RGB. It's like 40, 40. 0, 40, 40. Okay. So 0, 40, 40. Alright. So how does this look? Should have nice blue background. I hope people don't think I'm ripping off Cape Cod. Kind of looks the boat sinking there, huh? Ah, people will figure it out, I think. It's fine. I'm going to change the color later. I'm just going to turn the boat around. The water is not in the boat when the boat erupts with the water. Excellent. Okay. What's next? I guess we need to make it so that you can, like, move around. Cool. I'm going to take a quick break. And then I'm going to implement moving around.
moving the boat around. Ooh, what happens here? Why is it the case that when I open the menu, oh, I know what's wrong. I know what's wrong. Classic mistake. You have to set the foreground color or fading does not work. Foreground. And then we can actually make it not just white, we can maybe make it like a shade of gray. Like maybe some gray. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Oh, what's wrong with that? Oh. What's wrong with you? Oh, this color is missing it. Okay. Here we go. That should fix the fading problem. Yeah, cool. So making it move. I think we need to make it so that it just kind of moves when you wait, right? Because it's like a vehicle, it's not like you're not walking around, right? It's like moving of its own devices. So you have to implement waiting. I think we already have implemented some flavor of waiting. Oh no, I closed the editor! No, that's okay. Let's do this. Every time you close the editor, you have to bootstrap the, I don't know, IDE, right? Because it forgets its state, and it times out if you do it. If you try to use it before it's ready, and then it breaks forever. Alright, we should be good again. Let's just make sure that I can jump to definition. And while I wait for that, what am I gonna do? I think I can still use the editor while it's loading. I need to check to see whether I can wait. Okay, so waiting is going to be handled here. Where's my... Can I do that? No, not yet. There we go. Okay, great. So it can detect when you wait. You have to keep track of the boat's speed. I think I'm just gonna do that in game source world data boot. There's a field called speed. It's a byte, I don't know. Can boats go backwards? Can my boat go backwards? Why not? We can let it go backwards. It's going to be nothing to do because it's going to have to... This is going to be better every time we do. Speed is going to be 0. And then every turn... If the speed is not 0, it moves, and the amount of time that passes is just like based on the speed. I don't like the idea of moving two spaces in a single turn. I think that's like going to be real confusing. And there's sort of like a standard wait time, if you know, or maybe not even like, maybe not even. Do you even need speed? Or do you just want to have like the boat moves? Like it's either moving or it's not. Maybe speed complicates things. Maybe you just want to like have the boat be moving on it. And then okay, it kind of makes sense for you to say like, if you're being chased by something then you can have speed and it's like
the thing you're chased by moves slower if your speed is higher and you use more fuel or something like that. I don't know. For now, actually, yeah, we're gonna have its movement. Yep, and then in this part of the code, move the boat. Just that. That's it, and then move the boat. And what do we do? The boat's moving. So we look up the boat. We're just gonna copy paste this bit of code everywhere. Yes, we are moving the boat. Okay. If the boat is moving, we need to work out a vector. Oh, and this is actually non-trivial because it's not necessarily moving along an axis. Yeah. And I think probably we just wanna move it like you compute the vector and then you round it up. So you move faster if you go diagonally, like in Quake or whatever. Yeah, that's what we gotta do. So we say there's a radial. How do you do this? It's got a length and it's got a direction. How do you make one? It's very new. I guess you just have to set its field. So it's got a length, which is 1. And it's got a direction. No. What do you call this? Angle? Angle. Which is the boat's heading. Right? And then you like to Cartesian it. But then you gotta round up each component to an integer. What's that? If it's... How do you do that? Let x dot. What does round do? Returns the nearest integer to self. I think that's what I want. Is that what I want? Maybe not. I think instead... No, that's not right. Because if you allow finer grained... Okay, so what we're going to do, test that this maths is correct. Oh, crap. Wait, okay, so you need like state, right? You need... Because what you would do is you'd say you're facing this way, we're gonna make a line that's like rasterized in this direction, and then we're gonna like move you along that line, right? So you kinda need, and then whenever you turn you reset the line, right? Yeah, that's better. That's a better idea than what I was gonna do. And it's not that hard. So now the boat has a heading that's gonna be used for rendering. It's got a moving flag. And it's got like a
some sort of cardinal, oh not cardinal, like some sort of, I guess, ordinal. I guess we permit the boat to move diagonally. So, create line 2D. That's a library that I made that will help with this, called line 2D. It's got a type called line infinite cardinal, infinite iter. Infinite iter. How do you make an infinite iter? You can't just make one, you have to create a line segment and then you can. So how do you make a line segment? There's a function called line segment of point, but we just want it to be a line segment. So you create it with between 2 points that has to be different or it crashes, and there's a function, there's a method called infinite iter, which is the type that we want, and it doesn't have any type parameters. Okay, so we would just import it here, infinite iter. And then I guess rather than just moving, it's not going to be is it going to be serialized? It's not, is it? This is going to mess everything up. Well, let's mess it up. This is the movement direction or something. Movement state. Movement state? Movement? What's it called movement? It's an infinite iter. Infinite iter. Optional. Infinite iter. So stationary is none. If they're moving, it's according to this iterator. And it's outside is not. It's just stationary. This won't compile because it doesn't implement copy. It's okay, we don't need boat to implement copy. As long as it implements serialize, which it does it? Yes. Cool, I have thought this through. Excellent. So now, if this infinite, movement that has mute, it's going to be mute because we're going to mutate the iterator. Okay, add that. Doesn't like it. We need to get a mutable reference to the boat. Is that good? Yes, it is. We don't even need this boat code. Oh, no. We kind of do. These iterators will be based off of the. Oh. Crap, hang on. This isn't enough. We need the node. This thing called a node iterator, which tells you the delta that it moves each time. Oh, the step iter is the step each time? Infinite. There's a thing called an infinite step iter. That might be what I want. Infinite step iter. You go to delta. That simplifies things a little bit. And then it just tells you which way it's going, and it yields the steps instead of the positions. So it's better. So it's that instead. Infinite step iter. Infinite step iter. Okay. And now. Yeah. We'll do something different. But first, we have to set that value, rotate the boat. I think we probably want to have these be separate fields. Near the boat. Yeah, otherwise, like, if you stop and start, it'll mess up the. Yeah, these are separate fields. So this is the movement iter. What is this? We need a
a way of taking a direction in radians and returning a movement iterator. Do it in place here. It's like it's not that weird if you're used to other languages like Haskell or XAML that have the same value, like value-based, what do you call it, value-oriented or whatever, where everything's a value. But I agree that if you're used to C++, it is a bit unusual. Wait, you don't? Oh, you can just make these. You don't even need a line segment. Brilliant. Sorry. Infinite step iter U. And you give it a delta. You give it a delta. Movement iter. It's just that, and then we had to add a flag moving, which is a boolean, and it's gonna be false initially. Eventually maybe it'll become like a speed or something, but for now it'll be just that. And then in here, this is now a movement iter, except it's not, because it's always defined. We instead just have to check if the boat is moving. Oh, what's this? Spurious. It's here. Ooh. Yeah, it's near them. And so we've got turning, and I guess every time you turn the boat, so this thing here, this logic I need to put somewhere, like setting the, okay, let's just make it a method of boat, right? Like heading, I guess we probably should hide this. Hide all of this. Even, not even this, even just like, what is that? Okay. because we really need, and then the other part method that syncs the movement data. That's what this does. And then you can set it to be whatever you want. I don't know. This doesn't implement default, does it? I just have to make one up. Right, moving ball, moving false. Heading, self heading, and then adding heading. We no longer need this. I think, hopefully, that all, cool. Alright. We could even hide, yeah, we can hide a bunch of stuff. Adding heading, this is going to be self heading plus equals delta, yep, 0, delta that's 0. And then sync movement. And step. Yeah, I'll run it in a sec. Add movement, and then I'll run it to test out the movement. Step, we would, if it's currently moving, then there's a big nothing. Moving, we say is that's movement dot step. Oh. It returns a direction. That's cool, but I think we want to reveal that it's... Let me just turn it into a coordinate anyway. Alright. So we have abstracted some stuff away. So rotating the boat now is done by calling boat.add, boat.add rather, and we have to give something radius. What else have we hidden? The heading of the boat. I suppose we do want to make it possible to like look at that, right? yeah, this is one of my favorite things about Rust. Is the match syntax. That's a method. For the only time we ever check the heading. Yes, it is. Excellent. Okay, so now we need a way to make it so the boat is moving. For now, we're going to make it so the boat is always moving. Just to test that it works. I guess I need to make it so that if you turn, it also moves, right? We shouldn't let you stop time by just like turning the boat back and forth. Which you can currently do. If you don't turn the boat, then as time passes. Oh, I don't think I actually like ever called the. Oh, yeah. Wait, why didn't this crash? This should have crashed. I should have called to 2 and crashed. We don't call move boat. That's the problem. So move boat, and then like this is gonna happen, and then this happens. We gotta increment the coordinate. We gotta say world spatial table update coordinates, and then you give it an entity and a coordinate. So it's gonna be boat entity, and it's gonna be boat coordinate plus. And I guess like just to avoid having to explicitly unwrap, we're gonna just explicitly ignore its result instead. That didn't compile. Why not? Boat entity. I spelled boat entity wrong. I did it twice. Okay, now the boat should move. Turn it, it doesn't move, then you wait. Okay, it's not quite what I had in mind. Does it always just move sideways? Okay, well, I mean, look, that's not really what I wanted to do, but it's... Okay, what have I done? I guess the way that I calculated a heading based on... Oh, the heading starts at 0, huh? What? I guess... What? Okay, well, we're just gonna... What do we do? I guess we just change what 0... I guess I treated 0 as upwards, but I should be treating 0 as to the right. I guess we just treat 0 as upwards. So that means that when you update the movement based on the heading, you just have to, like, add some amount of angle, right? It's like self-heading. Hacks begin. Radians self-heading dot 0 plus, like, 90 degrees. Minus 90 degrees? I think minus 90 degrees. So it's going to be F64. And start. Come on. Rust pi over 2. Frac pi 2. Let's see. Is it going to move backwards now, or is it going to move forwards? Okay, that's good. Obviously the player is not on the boat. They're just kind of floating in space. So, and then the ultimate test, right, is if we allow the boat to rotate by smaller amounts. What happens?
might just leave it. It looks a bit janky, but that's weird. It's like you can't really predict where it's gonna go. Like when it's straight 90 degrees at 45 degrees, you can just sort of go forwards. But there's no. You gotta like alternate left and right, and it just feels bad unless you draw the heading or something, which I refuse to do. So I guess we're gonna just use 45-degree increments, and then everything will be fine. Because this is not good. We don't want this to happen. It looks terrible and it's really weird. So we're gonna just go with 4, and that's how it's gonna be. And then I wonder if it makes sense to let the boat go forwards and backwards rather than waiting. Like, what if you just like had to say like forwards, instead of wait. Like pretend I'm pressing the up arrow instead of the space bar. We could even just like let the boat go backwards. Like, this isn't going to be a boat simulator, it doesn't have to be realistic, so let's just see how that feels. Let's add a method to boat. We no longer have to track whether the boat is moving. The boat is never moving unless you tell it to move. That actually simplifies a lot of gameplay, because you no longer have to like you won't have the situation where the boat's moving and you're walking around on the boat. But maybe we want that, right? Yeah, that's fun. Oh, the boat definitely has to go backwards because otherwise it could get stuck. So I think in terms of UX being simplified, what I'll do for now, is just have you press arrow keys to move the boat, and you can move it forwards and you can move it backwards. Does this iterator support going backwards? No. Wait, really? Should it? Would it be easy to make it go backwards? Maybe hang on, do I have like other methods that allow it to go backwards? Like, there's the infinite iter. How does it work? How does this iterator work internally? What is the steps trait? Does it support prev and next? Okay. It's a good sign. So why don't we expose here's infinite iter. So you can make new ones. General infinite iter. What does that mean? So start. Okay. Right, okay, steps. I mean, maybe I want steps. What are we looking for? Cardinal steps. And there's a type called steps, but it's not exposed, right? Correct.
Okay. I mean, when do we call prev? Backwards stuff. Oh, it's so that you can rewind it a little bit, but we never node iterator. But yeah, alright, we never actually just like let you go backwards. Could we do that? Will let you go backwards? Yeah, it might be useful. What is it? Because like there is this function. That's not really good. I guess maybe general iterator. So it's like steps. And this implements iterator. Just calls next. Right, so it's like keeping track of its. Yeah. And there's also the infinite step here. Ah, cool. Yes, great. And it supports a function called step. And you could very easily, we'll do this in another window. Come. I hate this. Oh, this will work. How valid is to just do a sneaky release that adds this one method in the middle of a game jam? Probably. I mean, you can also add it to this. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, you had that? Yeah, Livingstone Highway, so it's a bit loud. Come on. Let's see if that's enough. Data dependencies. We get a new version of line. And 3D, look at that. Also a bunch of other random stuff. Hopefully this isn't scary. What's Rayon doing in there? Oh, I guess it's used by the graphics stuff. Sure. Okay. I didn't break anything. But now the boat can go backwards. Let's just see if it builds. See what I notice about random updates in the middle of a game jam. Ooh, a lot of stuff has to get recompiled now.
Well, hopefully it doesn't mess anything up. Doing, oh, what happens? Wait, wait. That was the wrong machine. That's better. That's better. Interesting. Cool. Great. Don't need to wait for that to finish. The boat can now go backwards. So close this. We have to add a step backwards. Oh, I think just step back. Cool. And the boat doesn't have this flag anymore. Step forwards and backwards always succeed. And shoot, gone. Move boat. So now we don't have to check this. We just have to say it's like boat forward plus boat but step. And you don't do it when you wait, you do it when you would walk north, I suppose. And then if you walk south, this is a bit annoying. We'll be passing a direction here. Which will, oh, that's if you move south. Okay, so it's a bit less realistic now, but I think it'll be a bit more fun. So, error. Why is there an error? Oh, right, you tried to load the save. It's just, yeah, sure. So yeah, you can either go around forwards and backwards. Interesting. So that works. It's kind of slow. I suppose like it's not actually slow. If you're moving a character around, it would feel really fast, but because the boat is much bigger, it doesn't feel very fast. Like people are gonna hold down like the forwards key and just drive forwards, and like maybe we don't want to incentivize them to do that. I'm not really sure what else we could really do there. I guess if there's enough stuff going on all the time, it'll feel meaningful, right? Like you don't really, roguelikes tend not to have like decisions on every turn. like pretty often you are just moving in a direction and stuff's happening around you and you're reacting to it, right? Oh, I guess what I should be checking is not how it feels just yet, because I want the boat to always be in the middle of the screen. That might actually change a lot about how I like the feel of the driving. So let's make that happen. How would we do that? So we've got our renderer in here, in this one. And right now, what does it do? It's just taking the coordinate of each tile. So what we're going to do is change it so that it just subtracts the player's, or like I suppose the boat's position, right? Let's just like have a method of the game that tells us what it should be rendering relative to. Let's say this is like what a player code. And it's gonna actually, for now, be the boat code. But we'll change that later. Let's silence that error. So then we render oh, wait, how? What? Oh, hang on. Cool, and then every time we get a coordinate, it's rounded like that. Ooh. Okay. Oof. Hang on. I've forgotten about something kind of important. What happens if you draw off the screen? Does it crash? No. Okay. Yeah. You have to add like the screen size. How do we know the screen size? I guess we should just like write down the screen size. Like the game instance is not going to be the entire screen. Is it? Probably shouldn't put like the game's UI over the top of the water, right? Maybe I should. That could be cool. I'm not sure if that's what I want to do yet. So I guess what we need to know. It's not the. Does the context know its size? It would, right? So the center coordinate delta, it's the player's coordinate plus half of the context size. You get its size? You can get its bounding box's size over 2. Can you divide a size by a integer? Yeah, and then you can do that. New game. Oh, I should be adding it. I should just... Wait, hang on a sec. I should be subtracting this. I think. We'll see. Oh, no, I was on the wrong screen. That won't work. Okay, easy. There we go. Great. Now the bird's always in the middle. And it definitely makes it feel a lot better when it's in the middle, I think. You can see, oh, I can send through the world a bit bigger as well. Often hitting the boundaries of the world. I don't know how big the world can be before it becomes a problem. So the question I have is, how does it feel if you make the rotation fine-grained when you're moving the world around the boat instead of the boat around the world? Still doesn't feel good, and it looks terrible, so I think we're just going to stick with our 45-degree rotations for the rest of the week. Alright, movement works. I think for the rest of the testing I'll do today, I want the I need to be located in the center of that little testing area. So what do we got? World, no, not world, just game source terrain. So I've been putting it at 20 by 20, but I should be putting it at 50 by 50. 50 by 50, also just for the sake of aesthetics, we'll make it so that whenever the boat moves, the player also moves to wherever the boat is. So that only matters, I guess it matters, for now it only matters when the boat moves. What do we have to do? The game doesn't actually know who the player is. Oh, yes it does. Yeah, easy. We just have to do, world spatial table update code of the player entity. Okay, so now it should look a little bit more accessible. Great. Alright, I'm going to take a break, and then after that I think probably I'll work on getting visible area detection working. It's another chore that we need to do on day 1. Alright, be back in a few minutes.
Okay. So I think for the rest of the testing today, we're going to need like a test area that includes more than just empty space. So let's add like a little island or something. So let's maybe do that. We could just do like a pollen noise and make islands out of that or something. All of our testing is going to have to have the same RNG seed so that we can reproduce things when they crash. What does it look like if I use a seed of 0? I should also be starting a new game every time. So, new game. That doesn't look like a new game to me. Yeah, oh wait. Okay, but the first seed is always 0. I don't trust this. Oh, I think it's not new game, it's it is, but also you have to pass it delete save. It actually generates the terrain each time, doesn't just load the game. Yeah, that's better. Okay, and then make a little island. Did we do the pollen thing, or did we do? No, I think the pollen thing is our old hole, especially because I'm not going to use it for the final game. It'd be easier to just draw it in like a text file. Text. So how's this going to look? Not very big. And I think the way I want islands to work is that there's like, oh, is this going to make it? It's going to be really hard. Like the island is surrounded by cliffs, and there's like a beach, and you're on the beach, and you land your boat on the beach, and you walk on the island, and then like there's cliffs. And it'd be good if you could see over the cliffs while you're on the top of them, but not if you're just on the water. Is that possible? Is that something I should spend time on? Is that fun? Like, what even, other than that, what even would be obstructing your vision? Maybe this game doesn't even need a vision system. Maybe it'd be better didn't have one? I don't know. There's gonna be some areas where I want actual things that obstruct your vision all the time. How would we do the thing with the cliffs? Is that even possible in my vision system currently? I guess you'd need to have like, you could have a rule where like if you're standing on, like you could just have 2 different vision algorithms, right? Like one, if you're on the boat, there's certain stuff you can't see. But then you could have like zones on the islands. Like, are there even going to be islands in the actual game? Like, I want to have like a swamp. I want to have like a city. In the city there'll be islands, and there'll be buildings, and you won't have this cliff problem. And the swamp, I guess there can be islands, but they'll be really flat, so you won't have this problem. And then like the starting town is going to have buildings, but yeah, there's never really a case in practice for the cliff thing, and it's also a pain in the ass to implement, so I'm just not going to do it. I guess what I need then is like an island with like a house on it or something. So, and there's like some stuff we have to test gameplay wise. So if the island is like surrounded by rocks, maybe I need a different way of drawing rocks. I think these are rocks. Okay, so there's these rock characters and like a beach, or like, you know, just land in general, I suppose. Should be a bunch of like rocks. This is a very regular looking island. It's okay. It has to be pretty.
and then there's like a house, and the house has a door. I think doors are just going to work like they do in Berg. This game isn't really about tactics and like door dancing and whatever, like it might have another more sophisticated games. Do we know what Windows? It's like a whole other thing we have to render. Maybe not. Maybe we'll just keep it simple. Everything's very stylized. There are no windows, there are only doors. This is the inside of a building. I don't even think we're going to graphically distinguish between inside and outside of buildings. At least not at first. We'll see how we go. Ah, come on. Something like that. There's no reason having this gap at the top. There's also no reason having this gap on the left. But I'll leave it because it might come in handy. Okay, so I'm gonna pause this file. Let's just compare this to what I've done in the past. Did I keep the... I probably didn't keep the test file for that, but I would have kept the test file for this. Oh yeah, it even had prefabs built into it. Perfect. How did I do that? This sort of thing. So we're gonna include here heaven.text, and then what do we do? Enumerate.
So we need some types of tile. We need a floor tile. We need a wall tile. We need a door tile. We need a... oh, did I even add doors to the text tile? I did. Yeah. We need a, like, rock tile, I guess? I think that's all we need for now. And then render them. Pause. Door closed. A wall. So it's same as a boat edge. I wonder if like rocks and walls should look the same. Maybe what we'll do is we'll say, okay, walls are these like hard copy from the previous game. I wonder if, okay, what are like walls of these things? And then like rocks. The door open and standard dash thing, and then rocks. What if they were like these lighter pieces? I wonder how that would go. So if you see a dot, oh, I need to add spawning methods for all of these. Oh, I have like a helper function in another project. That would probably help with this. What's another project? It's the Grid Bugs Roguelike tutorial. I have this spawn entity helper. That's a nice way of doing it. I'm going to copy this. I have something similar, but less good. You could always implement this. Oh yeah, in fact I do. Cool. Perfect. And then spawning water becomes much easier. We'd say like yeah, it kind of hides a lot of this. You'd say okay, but spawn entity. Oh, but it's only for things that have layers. I guess most things have layers, right? Yeah, floor. What else to go in a tuple? And then entity data. What is it about these things? They have tiles. How is tile water 1? And then we don't have the center. Does that work? It doesn't like NC data. Well, it will. can delete all this. And then this becomes that. Much simpler. That's it. Cool. Maybe just can tell in the future that this is going to be important. We need this helper function just one order. So that later when I add a component to water and forget I have two different types, I won't be confused. This happens here. And this is, can it do that? Yes, it can, that's so cool, okay. So then you just have to say, span water, tile, water 1, and 2. Alright, now. Oh, why are you unhappy? Oh. Oh, code. Okay, spawning more stuff. Whoa. It's gonna look a bit like this. Except its layer is going to be feature, I suppose. Its tile is going to be wall. Alright, what are the things we need to spot? Floor times floor. What else we got? There is a feature. That's, I think that's everything for now. Then you pass in terrain, and you see a percent sign. Okay, it's just base. You do nothing. If you see a percent sign, you spawn a rock at port. So. What's wrong with you? Yeah, okay. I guess just don't do that yet, because that won't work. And then test out this prefab island. We're gonna do all this. It's gonna be a collision. Oh yeah. Maybe you do the water at the end, but only if there's no floor tile currently there. We just skip the water for now. Alright, awesome. So that adds the boat. We'll do our prefab thing. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's not computing because it's namespace center here. Sure. Where's the boat size at 50 by 50? So this will be like 60. 540, I don't know. See how close that is. This road. See what happens. It's pretty cool. Dive into it. See what happens. Great. What do I need to do next? Oh, all the rest of these types of terrain. That's all. Add the water back. Turn this back on, check I didn't forget anything. Cool. And then here, only do it if the table I guess lays that. And then pick the layer I care about. It's the floor layer. Wait, why doesn't that work? What type are you returning? Is this a... Ah. Yeah, so there's a floor layer. And then we say is none. Then spawn some layer. You don't have to see that it's an island, right? Like, the water and the land, let's blend together. And I think what I do is like you drag your boat onto the island, and there's like collision detection with the rocks and like, you know, things that are solid. But if you overlap with something that's not solid, then is like a visual way of showing that you can like walk off the boat. I guess we need a button that like disengages you from the boat, right? Maybe that's what space does. Maybe you can't wait in this game. I don't know about that. Okay, but what if you can't... What if you can't wait? Like, what if you're on the boat and you press space? No, I think I'm gonna wait on the boat. Okay, well, let's add another button. Does the help screen work? That's great. Okay. So, I guess I could disengage toggle. It's kind of distinct from the docking thing. So we'll do the docking thing first. So how does that work? Are we changing the entities, or are we just detecting an overlap and like maybe we need another layer for the water? Or something? Or like, let's add a component, and then we can say if the boat edge, oh no, we wouldn't do this with a component because, yeah, water can't be floor. We need to change that. What if water just wasn't a layer? No, it needs to be a layer. Alright, so what we do is we say game source world spatial, and there's like a bunch more layers now. There's like a water layer, and that compels us to update this water, and then in spawn, the water spawns on the water layer. And then we can just say something so simple as if a boat is like overlapping with the floor, you draw it as like planks or something to indicate that it's like docked, like you can walk up it, right? I'm gonna take a good break. Okay. What's next? We want to render the boat differently when it's overlapping with land, right? Like this kind of thing. I think also it would be useful. Yeah, I suppose that's what we need to do, right? Like, I like the idea of also there being a dock. Maybe, okay, how about this? So the boat does have collision with the land, but the rules are that if the edges of the boat overlap with a walkable tile, they just like turn into walkable tiles. But if like the walkable sections of the boat can't overlap with walkable tiles because like otherwise if you have like a sandbank you could just like drive over it, which you don't want. But you want to let the player get off the boat and like walk around on it. So to that end, I guess we need. I mean, let's do this collision rule now, right? We have all the pieces we need. We need to flag certain entities as solid. That's obvious. We'll do that now. So an entity can be solid, and boat entities can be solid too. Well, okay, the boat's a bit special, right? Because it's not really like made of entities. Unless we want to do a thing where every time the boat moves, we like reify it and turn it into entities. Like transient entities. That would simplify rendering. And it would also let us do this collision detection thing. Yeah, I think that's what we have to do. Like when you move the boat, you apply these collision detection rules as you're rasterizing it, right? And you come to a point where it doesn't work, you just like bail. But then when it's rasterized, like, you store that in the component table itself. With these like transient entities, you can just like churn through entities. That's not a problem. Every time a bit moves, you trash its current state and make a brand new set of entities that represent it, and apply collision detection rules. Then, so we need to know what's solid. Yeah, I think that's a more practical way of doing it than rasterizing it as it's needed for rendering. So we'll make it easier to walk around inside the boat. So things that are solid then, water is not solid, walls are solid, it's a solid. We'd also say that rocks are solid. And also say the doors are solid when they're closed. And then in GameWeb, currently we have this logic for rendering the boat, but we have to change that. So now we need a function that rasterizes the boat. And I think like you'd rasterize it into the game state, right? Like you just update the ECS so that the boat has become like rasterized. So it's mutable, doesn't return anything, and then this happens. So I guess we'll just take all this code now. That's a mess. And then here, where you would call f, you now do something else. Alright, you now, I guess you like spawn the boat, or like, no, you don't spawn the boat, you spawn like the boat floor or the boat walls, right? Like right now we don't really have any logic for creating those entities, but it's pretty easy to do. So there's a function called spawn boat floor. There's a component called like output. And then when you spawn the boat floor, its tile is the boat floor tile. And it is, so part of it is set. There's also the boat wall. Edge, I guess we're calling it edge. Same deal. This tile is a boat edge. It's part of the boat. It's also solid. Cool. And the floor is floor, but the edge is feature. And then I think for the like docking stuff, you might want a different symbol to represent that. Like otherwise it's gonna be really weird and confusing, and it's gonna look like the boat's like melting into the ground. So maybe we have like another kind of floor, or maybe the boat floor just no, screw that. It's too complicated. The boat floor just has a different symbol than what we're currently using. So we're just going to comment this out for now, and I'm going to comment this out for now. Yep, and then when we render the boat, we use a comma instead of a period. Okay. And then here, we don't really have, alright, that is referenced, ah crap. No, that's fine. This is why we designed it this way. Not quite. We won't be able to spawn it using the spawn function because it will blur the whole world. Is that right? Is there a way of avoiding the need to do that? When do we actually like talk about the boat? Do we ever talk about the boat? What do we even use the boat for? It's just getting a coordinate, right? So like, just do this. Oh, I see. Fine, you get your coordinate and you get your heading. Boat heading. It's this. It should be. This is boat heading. Right. And now we can spawn the boat. Spawn boat edge. Oh right, there's additional layers. Wait, are there? Yeah, maybe not. Hang on. They don't have to be now, right? Because they never overlap. So you're gonna spawn the boat edge at forward plus boat forward. This is that first. This is gonna be weird. It's gonna like, it's either gonna immediately crash when you move the boat, or it's gonna cause like a trail to form. I think it's gonna crash immediately. Oh, never mind. It didn't do any of that. Oh, I didn't actually call this function, am I? Well, let's call it. I'm sure it's good. We're gonna like no longer do this. Instead, we're gonna do every time the boat moves, we're gonna do. Or rotates, or like anything happens to the boat, you can say rasterize boat. When the game starts, rasterize the boat. Where does the game start? Like here, mutable thing, rasterize boat. And we're eventually going to clear all of the boat stuff out of the state every time you do this, but before that happens, let's just see how it goes. It's gonna, oh, damn. Stuff overlaps, doesn't it? Okay, fine. make it not overlap. Annoying. Okay, I'm gonna skip. That's such a hack. Is that gonna work? No. Oh, it's because they don't go around in a circle. They go in a funny order. All we can really do. It's like, I know what you have to do. You're putting it into this set anyway, so it's not really even a cost. It's saying put in boat edge, and then you're spawning. It's still going to be called as boat edge. I don't need this location. Okay, so now it shouldn't crash immediately, but as soon as we move the boat, it's going to crash. Good. Okay. Easy. I'm going to fix that. I'm going to go through all of the entities, components, boat, part of boat, entities. We can't just instantly delete these because of bird checker. It might be unsafe. Okay, we should be able to drive the boat around again. Oh. The edges of the boat are definitely part of the boat, right? Good question. How's that controlled? Boat edge, part of boat, yeah. Oh, it's not, wait, yeah. Interesting. And the area is that, it's already occupied. Oh, I know what's up. Cool. Same deal with the floor. fork. Cool, and then this is where you collision detection, right? Oh, yeah. So I guess what's nice about this is you kind of end up with this two-phase process. You can move this all the way down to the bottom. I can only do it if it's like allowed. And you can even move this to the bottom. Like this is the point where you're sort of committing the move. And before this point, you haven't had any side effects. You can just bail and nothing happens. And so this is more like, you know, try to rasterize the boat. And it's not kind of brilliant. If it does rasterize the boat, then it's true. Otherwise, all kinds of things can. Oh. Yeah. Rasterize boat. I guess it's going to be try rasterize boat. Try rasterize boat. Once it's open somewhere, try rasterize boat. This one fails, then the game cannot proceed. The other one's more like you try to move the boat, but you can't because of where it would end up, so it just doesn't do anything. The things that can go wrong to cause it to not rasterize the boat. We're going to call this not scene. We're going to call this like boat floor scene. Boat floor. Boat floor and boat floor. Alright, so the rules for collisions for boats. If the edge of the boat overlaps with a floor, then the edge becomes the floor instead of the edge. And if the edge of the boat overlaps, right? Yeah. So if the floor of the boat overlaps with the floor, like, hey, yes, this is Vim. This is Neo Vim. So when we go through, I'm going to go through coordinates in the boat floor first, I suppose. We need to distinguish between the cases where they overlap with themselves. We could do it based on tile, we could do it based on entity, I suppose. That's probably how you do it, right? You look up in the spatial table, what's here? And you're like, oh, it's a floor tile, and the entity is not part of the boat, I guess, right? So in the boat floor first, boat floor, and then table. Is there like entity at? Oh, layers at's kind of that, isn't it? Yeah. So layers at checked. And floor. If the floor entity is not part of the boat, then this is an illegal move. part of boot. Is that what contains? Yeah. As a similar story for solid, it would have been solid, right? There's the boat edge. We've got feature, and if it's part of the boat, okay, if it's not part of the boat, then you can't do it. Let me try that. Come on. Oh, did it crash? Oh, it crashed. Oops, I wasn't even paying attention. Why did it crash? This is kind of everything. Wait, I didn't even follow it. I don't know what happened there. That was weird. Oh, okay, that's better. What's happening here? It's because we're doing this chat. Let's chat here. Although I am highly... Oh, I know what's wrong. Damn it. Okay. When you add stuff to these sets, I think you probably wanna... Whatever. Just add boot code here and be done with it. Yes, boot code. Oh, I know what happened. Alright, now, you shouldn't be able to drive the boat, like, into cliffs or anything. Oh, that's cool. What is going on there? That's weird. You can't even turn the boat around anymore. Okay. Let's start a new game. Are there other stuff we can do? Can we drive the boat onto the land a little bit and back it away? And I think it's going wrong. Yeah, you can even rotate the boat through the cliffs. That's fine. I think there's much we can do. Well, I mean, there's stuff we can do, but I don't really care. But then, oh, some states being changed that I'm not keeping track of. Cause like, hang on, we can like do that. That's fine. Do that. And another one. Oh, it just makes it, okay, it's fine. But now, and then it starts back into like, you know, it's fine. Okay, that's something really strange is happening. What was going on there? Are we doing anything mutable? Turn false. Yeah, there are other things I'm checking for. Oh, yeah, right. Like, other stuff's been updated. Ah, yeah, okay. You can't just call this as an afterthought at the end. You gotta try this, it is first. Or like, you've gotta try doing it, and if it doesn't work, you can't like commit it That's the problem. So this boat situation, these functions that mutated in place. This thing is yeah, all these functions mutated in place. I have to not have them. Instead, they're going to return new boats. And this, I guess, this rasterizer is going to like take a boat and rasterize it. And if it fails, if it succeeds, you're like, okay, cool, the new boat is the boat. And if it fails, then it's like, okay, the old boat remains the boat. Okay, so you have to change the API this type be immutable. So then this will just take a sec and return a sec. Boats are clonable, so immutable methods, great. And then we have to rewrite a lot of this now. Alright, so now this, it's like, there's the delta, there's like the boat prime, I don't know. So it's like, you would move the boat by delta, and it would become this new boat. We no longer need this to be mutable. Oh, I guess it couldn't hurt it to be mutable. I guess, like, it'll be an optimization, I suppose. We're not mutating it here. We can still add delta, but yeah, we're not actually. So then this function here has to take a boat as an argument. And this boat is not part of the world yet. We're testing it out to see if it could be part of the world. So boat we're not actually going to commit it, I suppose. We're going to return the we're going to return like an object that represents the changes we would make, I suppose. Or something. Or like boat gets moved into it, and if we end up committing, we also update the boat in the same place. It's probably a better thing to do. Like, the boat is here now. We find the boat entity. This is its old heading, but we're more interested in its new heading. We don't actually care about about this at all, right? No. We need to do that now. Hacks. Oh. Wait. Oh no. Cool. So this is a nice bit, and we're just gonna clone it. This is such a mess already. It's like maybe a few hours and it's already like horrible. What's this? Boat entity. What's wrong with boat entity? I spelled it wrong again? Oh my god, every time. Okay. So then 246. We have this next boat, and that's what we're actually going to pass. Rotating is the same, right? Like this is dangerous. We have to set it. We have to target as must use, or we're going to make lots of mistakes. I think that's going to be very confusing. Data. All these functions must use. Except that one. That one, yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Got an actual bug. And this becomes next. Cool. And then if we make it to the end of this function, we commit the change we've made to the boat. everything stays in sync. So now, it doesn't work. Yeah. Okay, it kind of works, the rotating works. And if we were to like go around here and then like, you know, drive the boat into a wall, like, but it's like something is still being mutated when I move forwards. The player still moves, right? Also, like, the boat moves. Like, we're still moving the boat. We shouldn't be doing this. Yeah, we should be doing it here instead. What is the boat destination code? We don't actually tell it the boat destination code, do we? Yeah. Alright, well, we could always just do it like this. It's a bit of a hack, but we do this first. And if it becomes true, we'll do this. Oh wait, oh I hate this. It's like it's frame delayed, and it does almost solve the problem, but not quite. And if you're here, you can go back. Yeah, okay. That annoying frame delay was going on there. Wait. Record. Script total. Record. That's its old code. Hey. Yeah. Wait. Are you somebody that I know in real life? I think I've mentioned the boat idea. But yeah, it's going well. Oh, cool. Yeah. Ugh. Okay. What's going on here? We need to record. Wait, I'm confused. I think I've been staring at it for too long. So that's the bug. But then if you have again, the boat moves. Isn't that interesting? That would happen totally by accident. I don't know what's going on there. So if you press up, like the very first time, the boat doesn't move. But it's not like this isn't happening. It's that the place where the boat's getting rasterized to is like the wrong place, right? So what I think we have to do is tell this function where the boat's gonna be as well, because it has to actually move it before it can rasterize it. That's the problem, it's rasterizing it and then it's moving it, but that's rasterizing it into the wrong place. Where are we even getting its coordinate? I like looking it up in its table, that's not very good. Yeah, okay, so I guess you pass it in. And the first time you call this function, you just have to kind of look it up like that. It's a bit of a hack. Right, and this is the boat entity here. Let me pass in the boat coordinate. And then you only need to do this because it's passed in. The heading's the same. I bet you went target whatever. I did this. Okay. What? Drug. GPU. Just run that. Whatever, doesn't matter. Oh, I'm surprised that rotating it can have the same problem. That's probably a bug. It probably should have the same problem. Like, do you need to pass in? It's getting a bit annoying. Oh no, okay, you don't, because heading is part of the boat. Okay, that makes sense. That's what had slipped from my mind. So we still have to look this up. I suppose we still have to look this up, even though like probably the caller knows it. Probably should pass it in, hey. The caller always knows it. That's what this function has to do. So it's gonna look up the boat heading, but it's not gonna do anything else. It already knows the boat coordinate, and the boat heading is now just boat heading. Right? This is an entity. So this function is fine. This does not happen anymore. Try rasterize boat. After taking the boat, you know its entity, you know its value, you don't know its coordinate, but you have to figure it out. It's very easy to figure it out. There it is. Got entity wrong again. So now let's boat entity. Okay, next, and boat code. Okay, cool. What's that? That's not what I want. Okay, so that still happens. What? Oh, I guess I have to sort of like apply like the coordinate in that function, and I think that's, yeah. So I wouldn't pass it that, I pass it this. And I'm just going to pass a boat code plus delta. And then these functions are going to go inside the rasterizer itself. And they only happen as part of this sort of commit. Everything happens assuming that it works. This is code plus boat code, except it's not anymore, it's just boat code, right? So now we have a whole bunch of these functions that are being passed the wrong thing. It should just be boat. Ah, no. That's a bit confusing, but it's right, I think. We can get rid of this if statement. Better? Okay, so now we can't drive into the island, but if we wanted to, we could like drive next to the island, and this is going to be like annoying with like 3.10 kind of gameplay, I think, sometimes. We could just be pretty liberal with like sandbanks to help the player get off the boat. Speaking of getting off the boat, when you're rasterizing the boat, this bit, you go through all of the boat edges. If they're part of a feature entity, then you can't have the boat be there. But if they're part of the floor, then like wait, what a boat contains currency? Oh wait, no, hang on. If it's wait, no, not this. You do this whole thing. Looking for floor entities. Oh crap. We're gonna have to. What do we have to do? I can do like another set to keep track of all of the coordinates that we're gonna have to change. So it doesn't matter about this. We'll say if the spatial no, someone to do this. Floor. If there's a floor at that position and it's not part of the boat, then and you push the coordinate into this set. And that. Boot floor gets this coordinate, and boat edge loses it. What? Oh, sure. Now, we should have some sort of docking kind of thing going on. Like, we can drive the boat into the sand, and it turns in. Ah, no, it crashed. Where did it go? Oh. Ah, yeah, okay. That's annoying. if we just didn't do this, it would look really confusing, I think, right? Let's see. Like, it just disappears. Like, that just looks like the bird is falling apart, right? We definitely don't want that. We want some other sort of way of showing that it's... the bird's still there, but you can, like, leave it. Yeah. Overlaps with the land, becomes open, so you can walk out of the boat. And here, if you drive the boat... oh, stuck on the edge. Oh man, collision detection is impossible. Okay. Still stuck on the edge. There you go. And now the whole side falls off. Cool. But I think we need to draw something slightly different there. What would we do? There's already floor. You can't have two different types of floor in the same cell. What if there's some third kind of boat tile that's like on its own layer. It's just aesthetic. I suppose it could be I don't know. What kinds of tiles do we have? Kind of layers we have. Boat, water. What is that text here? Character, feature, floor, and boat. I mean, boat might be okay. Make it boat. Let's make it boat. It's a bit of a hack, I think, but whatever. And what symbol should we use? Like an equal sign. It's kind of like a plank, like a docking plank for docking the boat. Let's try see how it looks with an equal sign. So we need to make a new kind of tile. So there's a what should I call this? Like a board or something? Do you like spawn a board? To render a board, board, it's an equal sign, and spawn it, kind of like this. Spawn board. This tile is board. It's part of the boat. It's not solid, and it's a boat layer. And then in here, you just remove it from the edge, and we're just calling like spawn whatever here, right? So we were just. This is the point where we can commit spawn board. See how it looks. Did not work out. No. I guess the boat might render underneath stuff. Let me change this. The boat becomes like above the floor. It is above the floor. What? Don't know what's up with that. I'm gonna take a break and then come back and work this out. Show me this picture. If it was a feature, what would happen? Alright, that's not good. What does that mean? They're definitely calling it. I'm definitely removing the edge. So oh, it's getting deleted. Shit. What the? What a disaster. Okay, well that's probably gonna fix that problem. We can change it back to being part of a boat. Is that clear? Is that clear that it's like a docking plank or whatever and you can like walk across it? Oh. Why doesn't it go any further back? Oh, because floors can't overlap with floors. Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. Okay. I think just aesthetically, it might make sense if the top of the boat was like less sharp. Not even aesthetically, right? Like, it's probably going to be easier to like stop the boat on islands and get off it if it's not like a point like this. Let's see. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll change it later. I think it's fine for now. Okay, so the next thing, I was going to do visible area detection, but I think first I'll do like disengaging from the boat. It's a little bit fiddly, isn't it? I wonder, okay, would it be more fun if you could turn finer grain amounts? I know it would look super weird, but would it be more fun? Oh, it's weird to drive it, that's right. You don't really know where it's going to go next, it just kind of feels like just sliding. Because it's got to alternate between directions. Yeah. I don't know about that. Also, it looks terrible. You need some kind of anti-aliasing, I think, if this is going to work. Like, if I anti-aliased, then it would actually be able to move kind of smoothly in a non-45 degree direction, but I'm not going to do that for the jump, so we're going to have to stick with our 45 degrees, I think. disengaging. So we need a new kind of input. We're gonna call this toggle engage, toggle, drive toggle. And I don't know what key it's gonna be. What about if it was like enter? Is there a problem with hitting enter on a web page? If I play this in a browser? Tab completion, please. Is that what it's called? No. Okay. Oh, what's it called? Ah, there we go. There's key names. This thing called delete. Wait, delete? No, return. Oh, yeah. Keys return. You can totally imagine that, yeah? But I guess you'd use return to navigate like menus and stuff, right? So maybe we don't want that to be also the button to enter and exit the boat. How do we represent the fact that the player is driving the boat? I guess we just don't even do it with the ECS, right? You just have a flag in the game state that is like the player is driving the boat. And for now, it's going to start out to be true. And you interpret controls differently depending on whether the player is driving the boat. So here, this is what you do if driving. And then, if the input is derived variable, driving is false, and then we'll have to do some stuff to make it so that they can only re-engage if they're standing on, like, I don't know, the boat's controls. So I have to add an entity for that. Alright, so I guess we've got to implement walking. Wait, no, that didn't work. What's going on? Wait, oh, hang on, is that like a config file we have to re-config? No, that's just not working at all. So this is a problem. Drive toggle, what's the actual control? It's E. Is it only... Did I change the wrong thing? Let me change the wrong thing. What's this? Game mode data. Very confused. Maybe there's like a config file with the controls that I have to delete or something. Oh, okay. What's wrong with you? Oh. Excellent. I'm gonna steal this code from other projects. I think this is basically exactly what I want, except for the cross stuff. So let's go. I think the plan for today is to get the player walking and engaging and disengaging from the boat, and visible area detection and doors. We'll see how long that takes. If that works, fine. I might just focus on some art. Like, I want like a mist kind of thing going on. And once that's done, I think the next big feature I need is, I don't know, the next most useful thing we do work on, I guess. Probably, like, just the flow, like the start and, like, start to the end kind of thing. Like, the game starts, you go on the boat, drive across a couple of screens, and then the game ends. And you win. And then, yeah, the rest of the development is going to be putting stuff in the way of that. Probably the next step. And then it's sort of like it's the skeleton of the game is complete, and we can sort of focus on making it more interesting, but we won't have to worry about finishing it in the sense of it being a complete experience. I'm going to steal this code almost exactly. Okay, all this grass stuff doesn't have to exist, but all this door stuff does have to exist. So let's sort that out now. There's a door component we have to add. Open door, close door. Do you want to have open door, close door? I don't know. if that's even what I want for this game. We'll start out like this and we'll see where we end up. The update, that's new. That's another macro that I added to the tutorial. Everything, I don't know, opacity? I added opacity. We have everything else already. Opacity is just like a byte. Belongs in here. So this door state. Is it called door state? Yeah. Door state plus CLV. As a byte. Coming soon. The update is part of entity table. What's wrong with layers? Oh, it doesn't exist. Oh wow. What is layers? Oh, it's not spatial, okay. Well, look. We don't have to re-export it. So we're going to just say use world spatial layers. And then there's some helper functions around opening of doors. Entity update. We also need entity data. Direction. Do we need direction? What are we doing with direction? Oh. Finding the door that's next to the player. I wonder why it's better that that's... Oh yeah, you kind of do need to be diagonal, don't you? Alright, what else? Entity data. That's part of data. How about this? The update. Yep. This might be something we have to add. So what's this? Grid bugs, red lag, tutorial. The way that we store data for that game. Where do we store data for the game? Probably in game. Entity update. So there's we do this instead of this. Okay, cool. Door state has to get imported from data. Does it need to leave the program? Doors library. We've exported. What's next? Entity update has to be imported. Cool. Is it going to just work? I'm going to take an extended break in about 15 minutes. And then probably come back online later in like several hours. So now, if you disengage from the boat, you can just like walk around inside the boat, and you can't leave the boat. I think the player character should probably be bold and like brighter, because you can't really see them. Also, like the screen doesn't follow them around. Isn't that interesting? I think probably it should. So that's because we had this hack earlier where there's a function called player chord, but it actually returns the boat's chord, but it should return the player's chord. So we're going to do this. Player chord. In fact, we even have a function for this. We do, don't we? What? Player chord. It's just this. Just do this, but call it player chord and make it public. And then set player chord, just call player chord. So now, like doors should just work. So if I disengage in the boat and then I walk across this gap, I'm walking in, open doors open. Oh, the door doesn't open. Do I have to press the button to open the door? What's printing all those A's? Okay. Oh, the door doesn't open because it's not a door. It's it just has the door tile. And yeah, what is printing all those A's? I think probably it's game mode. Yeah. We gotta change spawn door. Oh, import. I wanted to change the way that the character rendered. I think like for special characters, like for special types of tile like this, I guess we're gonna have something like this. Cool. So hopefully that's a bit more eye-catching. I gotta flip it. Yeah, press the thing. Yep. And then we need to make it so you can drive the boat again. We should also make it so that the default tile is not bold. Otherwise we'll get new behavior and stuff overlapping the character if you ever do that. Okay, next. Driving the boat. So we need a new kind of entity that is like the boat controls, right? It's like it's a kind of floor tile. I don't know what I should use for it. Most driving looking symbol, some sort of parenthesis, I guess. Maybe I'll use a curly brace. So we'll do that first. So there's a new kind of floor. There's a new kind of tile. Call this the controls. The boat controls. You can spawn the boat controls. Oh, there's also a new kind of component. The boat controls. It has no data. but you can spawn it. It's kind of like boat floors. I guess that's just... like, it's part of the boat. Its tiles are boat controls. Its layer is floor. Oh, it's boat controls. And it's a boat control. And you spawn it when you're rasterizing the boat. When you're rasterizing the boat, right? Let's see here. So make sure that in your list of floor tiles, when you go to render your floor, here on boat floor, remove the boat cord, and then, is that not right? Oh, hang on, you don't have to. Boat cord like that, and then respawn the boat control, and spawn boat controls at boat cord. Right, next up we're going to render the boat controls in game instance. I have to render the boat controls. They look like that. Maybe. Oh no. Let's see how that looks. Find a character to use for them. Go shopping through the Unicode. I don't know. Characters that kind of look like a boat. Oh, come on. A boat. A wheel of a boat. What's wrong with this? Already floors out there. I'll fix that button. Why that happened? Spawn boat floor. Controls. But we removed the boat control. Wait. I was right the first time. Was I right the first time? Cool. So now you can like disengage from the boat and walk away, and those boat controls there, and you can almost barely even see them. I wonder if I should render them a bit brighter. I think probably, right? Like the really important symbols, is that there's only one of in the whole game. Probably what you want to make it a bit clearer that it's special. So let's draw it with its own special block, kind of like the player. So we said open curly brace. So now if you walk away, there's obviously something important there, maybe. I don't know how obvious that is. It's not obviously the boat controls though. I don't like the Netscape Navigator icon. I don't know. I can't see any obvious ASCII characters. I mean, what about this? Not this. Where is the text drawing tool that I was using before? Let's just go find it. Text paint. Oh, whatever, just turn out the palette. I don't think this is going to be too exciting. You could use like an asterisk. Might look like a steering wheel boat. What if, like, you draw like a box around it or something? Make it clear that this is like an important position. Or what if, instead of it looking like a thing you interact with, it's like a place where you stand? So like, where are we? In game instance, yeah, we would use like, similar to the rock symbol, some sort of like rectangle character, like even just the rock symbol. How would that look? You disengage, and it's like, there's a special place you can go stand. I wonder what happens if you stand there. And then when you're, and maybe even like, if you're just standing on the boat and you press engage, like, it teleports you. It's probably better UX than forcing the player to walk all the way to this driving seat and then press engage. But that's what I'm going to do first because it's easier to implement. So what do? We have to change in lib. Check to see whether the player is standing on the driving seat. And the way that you check to see whether the player is standing on the driving seat is is player driving. So where's the player? Where's the boat? You're just still a boat entity. If the boat entity is ever not there, you've lost the game. Yeah, maybe one day we'll do that. Alright. Oh. Oh yeah, well, this should be soft. This should be soft. Okay, now if you are standing, if you are not driving, and you do the input drive toggle, then if the player is on the driving code, driving is true. Alright, so now we should be able to drive the boat, and then get off the boat, and then get back on the boat, and then drive it some more. Get out of the boat, go to this island, get off the boat, walk onto the island, and walk to this house, and close the door of the house. You can open the door of the house, and close from the outside, and get back on the boat. And you can't just like press E whenever you want, but if you walk onto the square, now we're driving the boat again. You can drive it anywhere. Back to the house. It's a bit hard to position it in line. Yep, and back to the boat. Boat to the house again. Cool. Alright. Great. That's a milestone. I think I'm going to call it here for now. And come back in a couple of hours perhaps. And continue working. Probably with the goal of getting visible area detection. And I don't know, some sort of mist graphics effect or whatever. And like a wind condition, and yeah, that's probably a reasonable goal for the first day. Let's change. Look at that. Any untracked files? No. Okay. So we'll just. What do we do? Covering the boat. Awesome. And I think while I take this break, it's probably a good time to make tag What's the date? 5.1. So we did one right at the start to test that everything worked. And then this release will I can try playing the game on all sorts of different like devices and things to see if my release process is working correctly. Gonna work? Yeah, awesome. Alright, I'll start off the CI build automatically and I'll check in about an hour to see if it worked. Alright, thank you everyone for watching, and I'll probably be back online in like a couple of hours. I'm gonna eat dinner and maybe go for a run or something. Bye.